did that outside of your presence. There's a process for doing that. Juror number 9 was unavailable due to illness, so juror number 259 will now be a part of the panel. We're understood on that, and we'll join the. Oh, you're already down there. Okay. So Mr. Colbert already told. Thank you, Mr. Fitt. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin the case of State versus Chow. Again, I want to thank you for your important responsibility of jury service. As I told you earlier, without folks like you willing to serve, our justice system simply cannot function. I want to introduce a few folks. You've already met Mr. Colbert. He's our chief bailiff. And any of the folks that with the yellow coat, they are sort of your eyes and ears. This week, they're here to help you. If you have any questions, any problems, any concerns, they'll get you to and from the jury room. If you need to address me with any issues, you would notify them. But again, they're here to help you. To my right is our court reporter, Captain Spires. Cat takes down everything we do in here. This is a court record. Or in the event there were an appeal, everything she types up, we go to an appellate court. If sometimes she tells somebody to speak up or say that again, she's not trying to point that out to your attention. She's just making sure she got it down. To my left is my law clerk, Becca Sternberg. She is my lawyer. She is a lawyer that assists me with my duties. And further to my left is Olivia Miller. She is a law student who is visiting with us for 2 weeks. So I just wanted to, if you were wondering why there were who folks were in the courtroom, that's who they are. Now, the instructions I'm going to give you now are an introduction to the trial. These remarks are not a charge on the law in the case. I'll instruct you on the law applicable at the end of the trial before you consider your verdict. This is merely an explanation of the procedure that we're going to follow during the trial to help you better understand what's happening. We're not going to be and not take notes during the trial. The defendant is charged by warrants and a subsequent indictment filed in this court with the crime of murder. The elements will be explained to you later. The warrants and the indictments are simply the charge by which this case is brought into court and is not in any sense evidence of any of the allegations it contains. The defendant has pled not guilty to the indictment. Therefore, the state has the burden of proving each of the elements of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt, and it's your duty, ladies and gentlemen, to decide whether the state has met that burden. Your purpose as jurors is to find and determine the facts. You are the sole judges of the facts. If at any time I make a comment regarding the facts, you must disregard it. You are to determine the facts from the testimony you hear and other evidence introduced during court. It's up to you to determine the inference which you feel may properly be drawn from the evidence. It's especially important that you perform your duty of determining the facts diligently and conscientiously, because ordinarily there is no way to correct an erroneous determination of facts by a jury. If I make an error of law, there are appellate courts in our state that will correct me, but they don't get to go into the jury room. So it's important that you are conscientious in your duty. Now, on the other hand, and with equal emphasis, the same rules that make you the judge of the facts make me the judge of the law. The law as given by the court is the only law you may consider. You must accept and follow it even though you may disagree with it. I can't tell you what the facts are. You can't disagree with me about what the law is or should be. Your job is to take the law as I give it to you and apply it to the facts that you find in the testimony of the witnesses and any other evidence that's introduced. After doing all that, you will render your verdict on the oath that you're about to take as jurors. Until I advise you to begin your deliberations, you must not discuss the case with anyone, including your fellow jurors, friends, family members, and anyone involved in the case. You must decide the case based solely on the evidence presented to you here in this courtroom. That means during trial, you must not conduct any independent research about the case, about the law, by searching media, internet, websites, anything of that nature. After the case is submitted to you, you must discuss it only in the jury room with your fellow jurors. The attorneys and the parties in this case have been advised that they are not to talk to you at all. So if you see anyone involved in the case and they don't say hello, they're not being unfriendly, they're just following my instructions. It's important that you keep an open mind and not decide any issue in the case until all the evidence has been presented, the parties have made their closing arguments, and I have instructed you on the law. If If you become aware of another juror's violation of these instructions, you must inform me immediately. In just a moment, the solicitor will make what's called an opening statement, in which the solicitor will explain to you the issues in the case, or at least what the solicitor thinks the issues are. Counsel for the defendant may also make an opening statement, although he is not required to do so. What the attorneys tell you during opening statements is not evidence in the case. It is only their contention as to what the issues are or what they believe the evidence may show. After opening statements, testimony will begin. It's your responsibility to determine the guilt or innocence of the defendant, and your verdict must be based solely on the evidence as it is presented to you in this courtroom during the trial and on the law as I instruct you during and at the close of the trial. The evidence in this case will be presented to you by the testimony of sworn witnesses from this witness stand and by exhibits that may be introduced into evidence. In determining what the facts are in this case, you must decide whether or not the testimony of the witness is believable. It will be my responsibility to rule as a matter of law as to whether certain testimony is admissible, meaning whether you get to hear it. But once the testimony is admitted, it is solely for you to determine the believability of the witness testimony. In deciding whether to believe a witness, you have the right to consider the interests of the witness, the bias of the witness, the prejudice of the witness, the opportunity for the witness to have seen the matters and things about the witness may testify, and the way the witness acts on the witness stand. You have the right to consider anything that is in the record that will help you evaluate the testimony of the witnesses. That means you must pay close attention to the witnesses, observe the witnesses, listen to the witnesses, and pay close attention to the attorneys and to the court. Please don't let your thoughts wander and give strict attention to the testimony so that at the end, after all the arguments of counsel and my charge on the law, you will be in a position to determine what the applicable facts are and to apply the law to those facts and render a verdict. From time to time, you may hear one of the lawyers say something like, "Your Honor, I believe we have a question of law or a matter of law to discuss with you." Or, "Your Honor, may we approach the bench?" Or sometimes I myself might find it necessary to excuse you from the courtroom for a short while so the attorneys and I can discuss a matter of law. The reason for this is you are the judges of the facts. And sometimes when I'm discussing matters of law with the lawyers, it may be necessary for me to make some comment as to the facts in connection with a ruling or whether or not a particular law applies. I'm not supposed to tell you what the facts are, so I will excuse you from the courtroom while these discussions take place so that in no way will you be influenced by anything that I might say or do in connection with the facts. And ladies and gentlemen, sometimes that may seem a little frustrating for you, like we're wasting your time. You might be sitting back there in the jury room for 30 minutes while we're talking about the law. But I promise you we're working. I value your time just as much as I value mine, and I don't let lawyers waste your time. So, if you're back there, trust me, we're working. We're not talking about how bad the Gamecock baseball season was this year or anything like that. We're working. So, again, I value your time. Your time is no less important than any lawyer in this courtroom or mine. So understand that we value your time very much. Now, I need to appoint Madam Clerk, will you please swear to jury?
Yes, sir, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, please stand and raise your right hand to be sworn. After this oath, please acknowledge my enter ID. Do you swear or affirm that you shall well and truly try and true deliberate make between the state of South Carolina and the defendant at bar, and you shall have in charge and a true verdict give according to the law and the evidence, so help you God? They may be seated.
Okay, I need to appoint a fourth person, and ma'am there next to Mrs. Cole. What's your number?
302.
302. Well, you pick the magic chair, so you are our fourth person. It is going to be your added duty to manage deliberations and complete the verdict form, but I'll give you further instructions on that. You're not going to get paid anymore than your other jurors, but you will be our foreman to the conclusion of the trial. Any exceptions from the state as far as what I just told the jury?
No, sir.
Anything from the defense?
Nothing on behalf of Mr. Chow.
Stay ready to open argument.
We're ready, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Please report.
Yes, sir, Solicitor.
Counsel, Mr. Kent, Mr. McCullough, Mr. Swirling.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is the value of a human life? To grieving parents who've lost a 14-year-old to senseless acts of violence, a human life is priceless. But on May 28, 2023, Chow, the defendant in this case, determined that Cyrus Carmack-Belton's life was worth less than 4 bottles of water. I say this because in May of 2023, Chow, the defendant in this case, was the owner of a convenience store and gas station on the corner of Parklane and Springtree here in Columbia. His wife was working that evening. She was a co-owner, and their adult son was working there as well that particular evening. It was around 8 o'clock or so p.m. that Cyrus Carmack-Belton, a 14-year-old, walked into that store. And he had on a red hoodie with a small pocket in the front. He was carrying a black backpack. We know this to be true because the defendant in this case, Chow, had an intricate camera system that captured almost every interaction within that store and multiple camera angles. He also had camera angles outside of the store on the premises of the store and immediately adjacent to the store so you could see what happened at the beginning of Springtree as his property ended. So Cyrus walked into that store, red hoodie, small pocket in the front, black backpack, and he walks in and he immediately is asked by the co-owner, Chow, to remove his backpack. That's store policy. Cyrus complies, does exactly what he's asked to do. He puts that backpack on the cooler and begins to walk around and browse throughout the store. He goes aisle to aisle, browsing, looking around, looking at the candy, looking at the waters, looking at other things in the store. And Alice is directly behind him watching everything that he does. When he walks to the front of the store, she watches. When he walks to the side of the store, she watches. She leans against post and watches everything that he's doing as he walks through that store. Their adult son, Andy, is working the counter, and he's watching as well. And as other customers come in to buy things, he'll service them and continue to watch Cyrus as he walks through the store. Finally, Cyrus walks to that back right corner of the store. And again, we know this to be true because of that intricate camera system that Mr. Chow installed. He walks to the back. He opens a water cooler, leans the water cooler against his left shoulder, and takes out 4 bottles of water. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And after a second, he pauses and methodically puts all 4 water bottles back into that cooler. 1, 2, 3, and 4. He closes the cooler and begins to walk back towards the front of the store. And it's at that point that the verbal confrontation begins. And I say confrontation because Cyrus said nothing. The co-owner of the store, Chow, asked if he needed help and eventually accused him of stealing water, told him to empty his pockets. The adult son, Andy, who was watching, said the same thing. You took some water, give us back the water. Cyrus said, I took nothing. I didn't take anything. I didn't take anything. And they continued to verbally attack him, accusing him of stealing water. Interestingly enough, if you look at that intricate camera system, Cyrus is telling the truth. He took nothing from that store that day. As he tried to walk out of the store, they continued to verbally harass him to the point where he took his backpack and calmly walked out of the store. Again, we know that to be true because of that intricate camera system that Chow installed. And as he walks toward that door, the co-owner, Chow, says something in Cantonese that makes her son run around the counter towards Cyrus. And then Chow, the defendant in this case, comes from out of an office in the convenience store, armed with a .45 caliber Glock pistol, and follows Cyrus out of that store. Cyrus walks out of the store, takes a right, slowly, and hears them yelling, running after him, turns to see, and again, the camera system shows these things, and he takes off running. Cyrus tries to run through the parking lot to the point to where he runs out of his Air Force One Nike shoe, runs out of his shoe, doesn't turn around to pick it up because you have an adult male running behind you with a .45 caliber Glock pistol who has falsely accused you of stealing. So he runs. He drops 2 cell phones out of his pocket. We know this to be true because there are witnesses who we expect you'll hear from who'll talk about how they had to throw on brakes to keep from hitting them as they ran across traffic. We know this to be true because of that intricate camera system that he installed. He drops 2 cell phones. One belonged to him, one to his mother. Doesn't turn around to pick up one of those cell phones. Continues to run, falls down, gets back up running, falls again, busts his shin, drops the backpack, keeps running. In total, Rick Chow and his son chased Cyrus Carmack-Belton over 130 yards off of their property onto a public road in Columbia, South Carolina. And eventually, after Cyrus fell a couple of times, Rick Chow fired the fatal shot, which ended his life. And folks, 130 yards is a football field. No, in fact, it's a football field goalpost to goalpost plus 10 yards. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm Byron Gibson, the 5th Judicial Circuit Solicitor, and I, along with Dale Scott, Stephanie Taylor, and Weston Leifer, represent the state of South Carolina. So for the next few minutes, I'm going to give you a little bit more of a roadmap of what this case entails, what our position is in this case, and what we believe we can prove, as well as give you an idea of what to expect from the court and how this proceeding will run for the next several days. Now, I mentioned to you a moment ago that when Cyrus walked into that store, he was wearing a red hoodie and a pocket in the front, black backpack. Unbeknownst to the Chow family, to Rick Chow, to Alice Chow, or to Andy Chow, he had a pistol in the front pocket of that hoodie. Unbeknownst. They didn't know. We know that to be true because that video will confirm all of those things. Confirm that he walked around the store, had a conversation with them. At no point did he ever threaten them. At no point did he ever curse them when he was being falsely accused. He didn't spit on them. He never attacked them. He calmly walked through the store and calmly denied stealing anything from that store, which again was true. The truth in this case is that Cyrus did what you'd expect an adult to do in that case. He walked away. He tried to create distance every time he was confronted. But for some reason, Rick Chow wouldn't believe him. He couldn't believe him for some reason, although the evidence will show that he took nothing from that store. The evidence will show that after they chased him out of his shoe, dropping phones around down Springtree Road, after he tripped over a curb, fell, dropped his backpack, we believe that gun spilled out of that pocket. And within moments after that gun spilled out of that pocket, that man shot Cyrus Carmack-Belton in the back with a .45 caliber pistol. Now, we believe evidence will show that soon after EMS and others came on the scene, Rick Chow tried to say, hey, I was defending my son. But the interesting thing about this process is that you're going to have an opportunity at the end of this case, that you've heard all of the evidence from this witness to assess what you've learned and what you've heard. You get a chance to assess that. And I'll ask as you start asking those questions that bounce around in your head, in what world you get to falsely accuse a 14-year-old of stealing, chase a 14-year-old 130 plus yards down a road while you're armed with a pistol, shoot that person in the back, then claim you're defending your son. Folks, it's for that senseless act, for that ridiculous act, for that heinous act, that Chow, the defendant in this case, has been charged and indicted with the crime of murder. And it's for that crime that we, the prosecution, Dale Scott, Stephanie Taylor, and Weston Leifer, will be asking that you return a verdict of guilty at the appropriate time. Now, as prosecutors, we have something that's called the burden of proof. And what that means is we have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Chow murdered Cyrus Carmack-Belton. Now, reasonable doubt in South Carolina, our courts have defined it a couple ways, and I'll explain those to you. Reasonable doubt is the amount of doubt that causes a reasonable person to hesitate to act. The amount of doubt that causes a reasonable person to hesitate to act. There's an alternative definition that says that if you are firmly convinced of a defendant's guilty, and at that point they are guilty of a crime. But that's for you all as the jurors to decide. Now, as was mentioned a few moments ago, Judge Taylor is the judge of the law, and you've got to take the law as he gives it to you. So at the appropriate time, he'll advise you of the definition of reasonable doubt and every other legal standard and every other thing about the law that you're going to need to know. He'll advise you of those things at the end of the case at the appropriate time. But the cool thing about this process, just as he said, is that as Judge Taylor is the judge of the law, you guys are the judges of the facts. And you get to determine based on what you hear from this witness chair and the evidence that you observe, you get to determine what actually happened in this case. So you're probably asking, all right, well, how am I supposed to do something like that? How am I judging people about, as a witness? I suggest to you that just as you are judging my credibility and believability right now, that's a skill that you've developed over all these years that you've been walking this earth. I suggest to you that when you parked your cars this morning, you didn't leave your common sense in the parking lot. That's what you're using to assess credibility and believability. And that's what you'll be doing with each of the witnesses that comes up here. You'll judge that. You'll talk. You'll have an opportunity to determine if they had motive to say what they say, if they could observe the actual things that they're saying they observed. If they have some reason to change or to try to tell a story in a way that's going to help them. You'll get a chance to make those determinations at the appropriate time. And we'll ask that you do that. A couple moments ago, each of you guys took an oath to well and truly try the facts of this case. And what that essentially means is that you got to try the facts of this case, not some stuff that you may have heard out there, not some preconceived notions, not some ideas that you may have, but from the evidence that you hear in this jury room this week in this case. That's what you've got to do. Folks, I ask that you resist the urge to turn this trial into some type of commentary about youth and guns, because it's not about that. It's about a grown man who falsely accused a 14-year-old of stealing, chased him down the road while armed with a pistol, shot him in the back, and then claimed he's defending his son. That's what this case is about. And ultimately, those are the decisions that you'll have to make at the end of this case. Now, I expect that you're going to hear from several different types of witnesses this week. Some are going to be what we call lay witnesses, just people who just happened to be driving up and down Spring Tree Road that day. Folks who saw what happened, folks who watched the Chows chase Cyrus across the street and shoot and kill him. We expect they'll have different vantage points, seeing things in different ways, but you'll have an opportunity to listen to them and assess what they saw. You'll hear from law enforcement, first responders, people who saw what happened and talked to witnesses out there on the street immediately after it happened. Some body cam, meaning the body cameras that they're wearing when they're talking. You'll see some of those things. Take that information. You'll also have an opportunity to hear from a few experts. And judge will explain to you what experts are and what expert testimony is and how you weigh expert testimony. Again, take the law as he gives it to you. and take the law from experts and determine if they have the ability to testify about the things that they say that they know and how they came upon this information. And if this information was paid for, ask yourselves those questions at the appropriate time. Now, folks, you're going to hear about 3 types of evidence. So I'm wrapping this thing up. I want y'all to get sick of me this early in the week. There are going to be 3 types of evidence you're going to hear about. One is direct evidence. Second is circumstantial. Third is stipulations. Direct evidence is evidence that you can see, that you can touch, that you can feel, and sometimes even smell. Circumstantial evidence is evidence that you can infer exists based on a series of facts. All right? Evidence that you can infer exists based on a series of facts. So, example, we're sitting in here, South Carolina, it's probably going to be 80, 90 degrees with 100% humidity. If you walk out here at lunchtime and you see snow outside, it's 12 degrees outside. You see icicles hanging off of the different the posts and all that kind of stuff. You see a snowplow going through here. You see penguin tracks and maybe a polar bear walk by. You are in this room with no windows all day, but you can infer that it snowed because you see all of the evidence of snow. That's circumstantial evidence. It's just as good as direct evidence if you, the jury, determine that you believe that that's what took place. So direct evidence, circumstantial evidence, and last we're talking about stipulations. Stipulations are agreements between our table of the state and that table of the defense team. They're stipulations, that means we have an agreement that a particular fact exists. And if we have that agreement and we alert the judge that that agreement exists, then judge will have the opportunity to explain to you that that's not a fact that you guys have to haggle about or even argue about, because we agree that it's the truth. So direct, circumstantial, stipulations. Those are the 3 types of evidence we'll be talking about. And at the appropriate time, you'll have a chance to look at the facts of the case, and with the evidence, you compare that to the evidence and return a verdict that speaks the truth in this case. Now, my final ask of you is this. There's an 11th century philosopher named Omar Khayyam. And one thing that he wrote back then was, the moving finger writes, and having writ moves on. Nor all your piety nor wit shall lure it back to cancel half a line, nor all your tears wash out a word of it. Now, I know y'all are looking at me kind of like, what is this dude quoting some 11th century philosophy for? I'll tell you that at the end of this case, I will explain to you why something written back in the 1100s and 1200s rings so true today in this courtroom in 2026 about a case where that man murdered a 14-year-old in 2023. So folks, remember what we've talked about and ask yourselves one last question. What is the value of a human life? Thank you.
Please, court.
Yes, Mr. Swan.
Solicitors? Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning. My name is Jack Swirling. We met briefly yesterday when we were doing the jury selection. And it's my position at this point to go ahead and give you a defense opening statement. And I appreciate you being here. Thank you for being here. And I hope that you find this experience on your part to be an interesting experience about looking into your judicial system. We spent, let me just back up a minute. My good friend, the solicitor, just gave an outstanding opening statement himself. But the one thing that I did not hear, and the one thing that I do not believe you will hear during the course of this trial, is why a 14-year-old would be illegally possessing a semi-automatic pistol, wandering the streets with that pistol, with a laser attached to that pistol. A laser to go ahead and ensure better accuracy when you fire the weapon. A semi-automatic pistol that was loaded, the magazine was loaded, and there was a bullet in the chamber. It was illegally possessed by this young man. He illegally entered the store because there was a sign posted, it's illegal to go ahead and enter the store with a weapon. Versus what Mr. Chow did. Mr. Chow had a concealed weapons permit. He never drew his weapon. He was authorized to have a weapon, but he didn't draw that weapon until his son was in danger of being shot. The solicitors, in this case, want to frame this case. It was all about a bottle of water. It was all about someone wrongly accused of shoplifting in the store. But nothing else matters to the state in this situation as to why this young man had that weapon, why he carried that weapon. Because if he didn't have that weapon, he never would have had a weapon to draw on Andy Chow. He never would have had a weapon to put Andy Chow in danger. And he never would have had a weapon that would cause Mr. Chow to believe his son was going to be shot and have to make a split-second decision as to whether or not to go ahead and fire that gun and protect his son. There's going to be a lot of questions in this case, a lot of things that you're going to have to resolve. But I wanted to go ahead and tell you why this case is framed the way the state is doing it, because they don't want to explain why that young man had a semi-automatic pistol, loaded, bullet in the chamber with a laser, entering the store, wandering the streets. They don't want to explain it because you know what? They cannot. We went through a jury selection process yesterday that's carefully designed to go ahead and make sure that 12 people who will eventually decide this case, 12 people from Richland County, who are fair and impartial, who do not have any preconceived opinions, who come in here under oath and said, I may have heard about the case, but I have not formed an opinion about it. I'm willing to listen to the evidence and the law that the judge gives me and decide this case fairly and truly and honestly. We went through a jury selection process where, as you recall, the judge excused a number of witnesses for one reason or another to make sure we had a fair and impartial jury. The state excused witnesses because the lawyers, both sides, are entitled to go ahead and make challenges to witnesses or peremptory challenges. They have challenges that we can exercise because any reason whatsoever. However, what it comes down to is that both the judge, the state, and the defense believe that we have the 12, 13, 14, 15 jurors now who are the most fair and impartial jurors who can sit in judgment on this case and decide whether or not Rick Chow is guilty of murder, whether or not he intended to kill this young man and he did it with malice, an evil heart, a wicked mind. That's what malice, judge will describe to you what malice means. And you will have to decide whether or not the state has proven that case beyond a reasonable doubt. So we are satisfied, we are content that we have the best jurors that could come out of Richland County to decide this case, and we have faith in you. Rick Chow has pled not guilty to this offense, and that places on the state the burden to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, I just want to cover a couple of legal issues, legal principles with you. One is, as he sits over there right now, and throughout the course of this trial, all the way through, he is presumed to be innocent. That's not just a legal fiction. That's not just something you hear on TV and Law and Order or some other one of the great police shows or law enforcement shows on TV. The presumption of innocence is the bedrock of our judicial system. Everybody accused of a crime is presumed innocent unless and until the state proves guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. That presumption of innocence is so strong on our law that you are to consider and presume Mr. Chow innocent unless and until, at the end of the case, after you've heard all the evidence, after you've heard the judge's instructions on the law, you go in the jury room and 12 of you agree, 12 unanimously agree that the state has proven guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. That presumption of innocence does not disappear during the course of this trial. Now, you may say, well, that's kind of difficult. It is our law. It is what makes us different than everybody else on the face of the earth. The state has to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, and until you go in the jury room and decide that the state has met its burden of proof, he's presumed to be innocent. Now, proof beyond a reasonable doubt doesn't just mean any doubt, but you have to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. In other words, I believe, or I think, maybe, any one of these words, that is not enough to go ahead and convict someone. It has to be beyond a reasonable doubt. It's not enough to say, you know, I think the state met its burden of proof. I think the state proved guilt. I mean, that's not enough. It's beyond a reasonable doubt. And the reasonable doubt can come from the evidence or the lack of evidence. Either way, you are the ones who determine whether or not the state has met its burden of proof, proving the case beyond a reasonable doubt. You're the ones that apply the presumption of innocence, not the judge, not the lawyers, not the parties, but you. The state also has a burden of disproving self-defense. And this is a case of, it's a collateral issue to self-defense, whether or not someone has a right to exercise self-defense and take another human life. Self-defense is probably the oldest principle we have as man. All the way back. You have a right to defend yourself. You do not have to wait and someone goes ahead and shoots you, or kills you, or stabs you, or no matter what it may be. It is elementary, it's fundamental that a person has a right to exercise self-defense, the law of self-defense, to defend himself or herself. And it also applies to defense of others. Same principles. You are entitled to go ahead and defend other people in a similar situation. For example, your son, which is exactly what we have here. Because if the state doesn't prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Rick Chow did not act in self-defense or defense of others, then they failed. They have failed to prove the case. There's no burden on any defendant to prove anything in the case. So the state has to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, and they have to disprove self-defense or defense of others beyond a reasonable doubt. And we know that you're going to hold them to that burden of proof and keep our system the way it was designed to be. That a jury sits between the state or the federal government and the citizens in a county or in an area and decides cases fairly and impartially, and that no person is ever held to answer for a crime where the state has not met its burden of proof. The judge will describe to you what the definition of murder is. And I told you it's malice aforethought. That's what South Carolina standard is. Murder is with malice aforethought. You kill somebody with malice aforethought, that evil heart, the wicked mind. The offense of murder also requires, as the judge will tell you, a criminal intent. You have to have a criminal intent to go ahead and be guilty of a crime. You have to intend the crime. And the judge will explain that to you at the end of the case as well. And I'm not going to go into the details of it, but I just want to turn these principles over to you so you know what we're talking about. Self-defense, defense of others. Was there a reasonable belief or an imminent danger? Or was the imminent danger, and you believed it was reasonable, and it was reasonable, that someone's life was in danger, your own life or the life of a loved one, like Andy Chow? Under those circumstances, you are entitled to go ahead and exercise that self-defense or defense of others. And the judge will explain to you, as I just said, that it is up to the state to disprove that. You will hear evidence of that. You will hear in detail exactly what happened out there on that street and what happened when Rick Chow went ahead and fired the shot. The young man was pointing a gun at his son. Defense of others. Is that an immediate threat, an imminent threat? Is it a reasonable belief that your son is in danger of serious bodily harm or death? I submit to you there's not going to be any question about whether or not it was reasonable or whether it was imminent, or it was reasonable to believe it was imminent. And you are, under the law, since the beginning of time, allowed to go ahead and take, unfortunately, nobody's saying this is, everybody's happy about this, but unfortunately, there are occasions in human life when someone has to exercise that right of self-defense or defense of others, and another life is taken. It's sad, it's tragic, there's no question about that. My heart goes out to the family. They've suffered a tremendous loss. And I don't want making that light about that. This was a terrible situation that happened, and that young man is no longer with us. But there are legal issues that you must decide prior to making any determination about guilt. And I submit to you right now, that the state will not and cannot meet its burden of proof, proving guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, proving murder, malice aforethought beyond a reasonable doubt, criminal intent beyond a reasonable doubt, or disprove defense of others, as a judge will explain to you. Now, how do you decide that? Well, you're going to listen to the evidence. You're going to hear the law by the judge, and you're going to make your decision based upon that evidence that you hear and the law that the judge gives you at the end of the case. There's no schooling. We don't have any class as to how to go ahead and determine that. But I will tell you this. Reasonable doubt is something you use and exercise every single day when you make the important decisions in your life. Should I go to that school? Should I buy that car? Should I buy that house? Do I need this? Do I need that? You weigh the factors, both the pros and the cons. And no matter what the pros and cons are, you're still entitled to go ahead and make that purchase or go to that school or go on that trip, even if it all adds up to being not the right thing to do. But when you come into a courtroom, it's completely different. Because if you have a reasonable doubt, if things just don't make sense, if it doesn't add up, one thing after another make sense, and come to a conclusive decision that the state has proven guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, you can't disregard that. The oath that you just took requires you to find someone not guilty or not proven, is another way to look at it, not proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Submit to you at the end of this case, again, hearing the law and the evidence or the lack of evidence, you will come to that decision that the state has not met its burden of proof as to proving case or disproving self-defense or defense of others. You look at the evidence, you listen to the witnesses. Are they consistent? Have they told the same story, the same, everything that they've seen, everything that he did, is it consistent all the way through? Not only is it consistent between what they said, but consistent with what other people said. And not only consistent with what other people said, but is it consistent with the physical evidence that you know and that you see and is presented to you in the court? You look at motive and interest and bias and prejudice to decide whether or not to believe a witness or the credibility of witnesses. You are the folks that decide the credibility of witnesses. I want to go ahead and, as I've said, it's a tragic situation. My heart goes out to the family that they've lost a terrible loss. Nobody can understand that. Nobody can in any way comprehend what it would be like to go ahead, and I feel sorry for these folks. And I feel sorry for the young man who lost his life. But it's also about the Chow family. Rick Chow and his wife Alice Chow. Rick was born in Hong Kong. Alice was born in Malaysia. They came here early on in life as students. They went to Louisiana, University of Louisiana. Rick Chow and Alice Chow became citizens of the United States, as proud American citizens as anybody could possibly be. They married. They had 2 children, Andy and Kenny, who've both gone to the University of South Carolina. Alice was a CPA, earned her CPA degree and a license. Rick Chow was a professor at Upper State Carolina for a number of years in computer science. These are motivated, energetic people who wanted to pursue the American dream, and they did. At some point, they wanted to go ahead and own a business, and that's how they came to buy the store that's in question today. They had that for about 10 or 12 years. They bought it as a Shell gas station. They bought the store, and they operated. Rick Chow really wanted to go ahead and form a business. So for 10, 12 years, they've operated that business. In May, as the solicitor has told you, the situation that's before you today, young man, Carmack-Belton, entered their store. Now, when he entered the store, he had a backpack. Backpacks have to be put on the water cooler. It applies to everybody. They don't want anybody walking around in the store with a backpack. So everybody puts it on the water cooler. Mr. Belton Carmack did. Put it up. You will find out, we'll talk about what's in that book bag later on, but the young man entered the store, walked around, all around the store, not buying anything, looking at different merchandise, not buying anything, going to the water cooler, strangely removing 4 bottles one at a time, then strangely putting them back one at a time, looking nervous, hands in his pockets, looking back at Andy Chow, looking back at Alice Chow, who was on the floor at that time. They were both in the store in a nervous way. And they had a suspicion that he possibly had shoplifted something. Now, this is a store with thousands of small dollar items. A water bottle or any other item in the store, probably very little profit in it. So it's not about whether or not one item was ever taken, it's the cumulative effect and the losses that a store owner can feel from that. So they have a right to go ahead and look and see if anybody's taking it. When Mr. Belton was leaving the store, he was asked, "Did you take anything?" And he basically had his hands in his pockets and he turned it up, the pockets. "No." "Do I look like I have anything?" He was asked again, and at that point, he went to the water cooler, picked up the book bag, and at that point exited the store. There was no physical confrontation. There was no yelling at him, but there was a request. There was a question that he answered, but Andy Chow still felt that there was something about the way he was acting in the store, and he wanted to follow at least to see where he was going so they could report that to the police. He could report it to the police. But at that point, when they exited the store, Mr. Belton, Carmack-Belton, started running. Now, he saw something that he thought, Andy Chow saw something and he thought looked heavy in his hoodie, in the pockets of his hoodie. And that could have been something that he took, like the water. Well, we now know that it wasn't the water, but it was a semi-automatic loaded pistol with a laser on it in those pockets. So he was telling the truth that he saw something heavy in the pocket. The suspicion increased when the young man took off running. Why was he running? Why did he run? He did increase the suspicion at that point by running. And he really ran fast because he ran out of one of his shoes. He threw the phones down before he exited the parking lot. And he just took off as fast as he could. Now, reasonable to believe that he may have taken something? Absolutely. Reasonable to go ahead and follow him to see where he was going, in what direction, so he could tell the police? Absolutely. And he wasn't going to tackle him. He wasn't going to hold him. He wanted to see where he was going. Rick Chow had come out of the office, and he saw his son outside, and the young man outside as well. And he saw him both of them take off running. Rick Chow, the defendant in this case, ran following his son and Mr. Carmack-Belton because he was trying to see what was going on with his son, protect his son, make sure his son was okay. He did not know what was going on. He had nothing to do with the determination in the store, but he was going out there to protect his son, to make sure his son was okay. It's his son. The young man hauled down the street, crossed over the street, ran down on the left side of the street toward the apartment complex. And at some point, he tripped, fell. Mr. Chow was behind him. Andy was somewhere, and you'll hear the testimony about it, somewhere in that area on the street. And actually, the young man hurt his leg, cut his leg. But when he got up, and by the way, he also threw his book bag into a ravine down there. Why? Do these things increase suspicion? Absolutely. It would increase anybody's suspicion. But when he came up, and Andy Chow saw that he had a pistol in his hand. It turned out to be the 9mm pistol. That one in the chamber was loaded and had a laser that had been attached to it, but the laser was found in the road, right near the road where the shell casing that was fired out of Mr. Chow's weapon landed. Now, Mr. Chow never pulled out that weapon. The state wants to talk about, well, you know, he ran from somebody who had a .45 automatic, semi-automatic. How would the young man know that? He didn't even see Mr. Chow. Mr. Chow had it in a holster the whole time. He did not pull out his weapon from the holster until
I apologize. Just a joke.
All right, overruled. Go ahead, Ms. Work.
he didn't pull out his weapon until he was told by his son that the young man had a gun. The young man, Andy being a young man as well, when he saw the gun, started backing up like this, had his hands up, backing up into the street. Mr. Belton pointed the gun at Andy Chow. Mr. Chow told him, drop it. He didn't drop it. Andy yelled out, he's got a gun. He's standing in the road. Mr. Chow is coming up, pulls his gun now. At that moment, at that split second, that frozen moment in time, Rick Chow sees a young man pointing a semi-automatic pistol at his son, who's backing up with his hands up, and Rick Chow fires his gun to protect his son. We submit to you that that was reasonable. It was a reasonable impression that his son was possibly going to get seriously injured or die at the hands of somebody who had a gun pointed at him, that that was a reasonable belief. And he fired his weapon under the law in defense of his son. As I submit to you, anybody in this courtroom, now you will hear a testimony that's consistent with that. What I'm telling you right now, it's consistent with what has been said in this case by the witnesses. And you will hear testimony from various people that you will find is consistent with that, that version of what I just told you is consistent. There's no question that that gun belonged to this young man. There's no question that that young man had that laser on that gun. As a matter of fact, you will see evidence, we submit that we'll be able to lay a foundation in our defense, that he was on social media the night before, wearing the same clothes, holding the same gun with a laser. There's no question about it. You'll be satisfied at the end of this case as about the direction everybody was, where everybody was placed, in direction where Mr. Chow was when he fired the weapon, where his son was, and where Mr. Carmack-Belton was. All of that, I submit to you, will be consistent. Mr. Chow did not take any joy in what happened. It was chaos. Adrenaline's pumping. Can you imagine what you're thinking about when you had to go ahead and take that action to go ahead and, first of all, see your son with a gun being pointed at him by a 14-year-old, and then having to fire the weapon to protect your son? What was going through his mind, what was going through his heart, what was going through his head, wasn't something he did because he wanted to. He did it because he was trying to protect his son. But the state doesn't talk about the gun. The state doesn't offer any explanation or rationalization as to why that young man pulled that gun and was walking around with that gun in the streets of Columbia, South Carolina. Mr. Chow didn't just run away at that point. He rendered aid. He stayed right there at the scene. He started doing chest compressions. You'll hear that. The young man was regurgitating terrible things, terrible scenes. Cleaning his mouth out and giving him mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. You'll hear that. This is a man who acted with malice. This is a man who acted with criminal intent. I submit to you not. This is a man who was deeply upset about what happened, to the point that he was doing some things that I wonder how many people would have been doing exactly what he's doing to try and save this young man. And then other people came over. But Rick Chow stayed there, did chest compressions, took vomit out of his mouth with his own mouth so the young man could keep breathing. And then other people, more qualified people, were able to go ahead and try and help the young man. Unfortunately, he died. Unfortunately. Mr. Chow stayed around, stayed at the scene. He was there when the police came, told the police what happened, gave a brief description. It was not an interrogation. It was not an interview. It was not a complete, what I would call an interview by law enforcement. But there were snapshots taken of different people, Andy Chow, Rick Chow, some of the people who were at or around the area there. He stayed there that entire time, went back up to the store, and when the police came up to the store, he showed the police the videos that they had. He was cooperating 100%, doing everything he could to not only save the young man's life, but also to cooperate with the police. Everything he could. His wife was doing the same thing. His son was doing the same thing. These were not people who had any kind of joy in what had happened. They were upset. It's terrible. Not as bad as, obviously, the parents of this young man. Not nearly to that level. But having shot somebody and having someone die, there's got to be something that's just so difficult to go through. When he agreed, they gave over all the videotapes to the law enforcement as well that were in the store. They all agreed to go down for further interviews at the sheriff's department over the course of the next few days to give a real interview as to what happened bit by bit, word by word. But within 15 hours, before any of the investigation really had focused with detailed interviews, with forensics things from the labs as to whatever ballistics, DNA, whatever the issues were, within 15 hours, when Mr. Chow was called down, he was told to report to the sheriff's department. He could be placed under arrest for murder. That's how long it took, 15 hours. Ladies and gentlemen, I again say this to you. The state wants to frame this as a situation where a young man may have taken some small item from a convenience store, wrongly accused, chased, not that he wasn't chased, he was followed, chased and shot down because he had taken something from that convenience store. I submit to you, it's not that simple. You can't frame it like the state wants to frame it. Andy Chow had a reasonable belief that something took place in the store. He followed the young man out. Rick Chow had a reasonable reason to go ahead and follow his son to see what was going on to protect his son. Andy, when he saw the pistol being pulled, as the solicitor pointed out, 130 yards down the road, he started backing off with his hands up, and his father saw that pistol being pointed at his son with and by a 14-year-old young man. He had to make a split-second decision to go ahead and defend or not defend, fire or not fire, to protect his son, his pistol. What should he have done? Because that's what the state is trying to get doing Monday morning quarterbacking. That's what it's all about now. I submit to you, and I'm going to sit down in a moment, and I appreciate you listening. There are 3 questions in this case. One of them is no particular order. But what was the 14-year-old doing walking around Columbia with a semi-automatic 9mm weapon in his book bag, in his hoodie, with a bullet in the chamber, illegally possessing that weapon, illegally walking into a store that barred people coming in with weapons? Another question is, would any reasonable person believe that their son was in imminent danger of death or serious bodily harm such that they had to exercise the right of self-defense? And what would any reasonable person, the third question, what would any reasonable person do under the same circumstances? Fire or not fire? That's something that everybody's going to have to think about. Mr. Chow told him to drop the gun. He didn't. Mr. Chow had the gun in his holster. He didn't pull it out until he saw it, or his son said he's got a weapon. Again, he made that split-second decision. There was no malice. It doesn't even fit the definition of what murder is in South Carolina. With malice, protecting your son. No criminal intent. Fired one shot, stayed there, tried to render aid, life-saving aid, and cooperated with law enforcement. Stayed on the scene. Agreed to further interviews. Then was arrested within 15 hours. Quick decision. I'm going to sit down now, and I do appreciate you listening to me. I submit to you there's one scenario more frightening than a man walking around the streets of Columbia with a pistol, semi-automatic pistol, one in the chamber, just walking around town with a laser on his gun. There's one scenario more dangerous than that, more frightening than that. Is a 14-year-old walking around town with a semi-automatic pistol, loaded, chambered, with a laser on his gun. How frightening is that? A 14-year-old does not have the education, the training, the experience of making good decisions, sound judgment decisions. That is more frightening than anybody in that same situation. And that's what Rick Chow and Andy Chow were faced with that day. I challenge the state at this time to offer some justification or rationalization as to why this young man illegally possessed a semi-automatic pistol with a laser and entered a store with that. Whether the merchants knew it or not, that is not the issue at this point. But why? You're entitled to know why. At the end of the case, we hope that you will find that they have not met their burden of proof, be proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt for the evidence or the lack of evidence, and that they have not disproved beyond a reasonable doubt that Rick Chow acted to defend his son's life. And it was reasonable because it was an imminent danger to his son, of death or serious bodily harm, or he reasonably believed that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lurman. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've been going just over an hour, and we told the first witness may be rather lengthy, so I'm gonna take our morning break right now. Give everybody about 15 minutes to refresh themselves, stretch their legs, and also have to begin the process of sequestering the witnesses. I don't want you to infer anything from the fact that certain folks aren't in the courtroom. Much like the selection process where I segregated you from one another to make sure your opinions didn't influence your neighbors, do that with the witnesses as well. So don't infer that anyone doesn't care about the case, has done anything wrong, or anything of that nature. They're just excused from the courtroom until after they testify. So if it is, we'll be in recess, let's say 11:20, and we'll be right back with you. Same as I told you yesterday, don't discuss the case amongst yourselves at all. Again, don't do any research, anything like that, and we'll see you back in here.
Everyone remain seated to the jury, please.
Are any exception to my instruction on sequestration?
None on behalf of Mr. Chow, Your Honor, pursuant to the court's ruling, we will have everyone who is on our witness list that we gave to the state, experts including, will be out of the courtroom until they're all testifying.
Okay.
And I'm the witness.
Very good. We'll be at ease till 11:20.
Thank you.
All right, well, first, before we get started, I have received a note from the jury. First was they need waters and coats, so we've gotten that taken care of, through the bailiffs. Second, well, let's keep our question, how does lunch work? Priorities. Do we leave as yesterday or an hour? One instructor will take an hour and 15, hour and a half break for lunch. It takes them a minute to get in and out of the courthouse with security and all that. Not gonna be courts 11. Any suggestions, objections?
No, sir, I just based upon that for scheduling purposes for this witness. I think they would particularly know how long we're going to go for the vote. I think it's going to be a substantial.
Okay.
It'll be lengthy. Not just see what time the court will break, so we can have like a window when we would be ready.
Your Honor, it seems like you normally take a 1 o'clock lunch.
I tried to take it around 12:30. I was sort of anticipating that you say this is lengthy, break after the direct and cross after.
But if I have to, don't hold me to it. 45 minutes to an hour.
Oh, okay.
We have no problem after we're done with this direct and break, and then we'll cross after lunch.
Yeah, we'll just see where we're going.
Can we vote for quick
Yes,
session?
sir.
We need some motivation, can't walk on water. We need some motivation, can't walk on water. We get to the end. Yes, sir.
Jury seated, Your Honor.
That's just so, all right, ladies and gentlemen, I received your note. I'm informed that you were provided some refreshments. So I think they also have some snacks too that they can get. As far as lunch, I'm not going to starve you like yesterday. You typically try to take a break for lunch, excuse me, depending on the witness schedules, around 12:30 to 1. We'll take about an hour, 15 hour, 30 minutes, because I know you all have the process of getting parked and getting in through the metal looking to try to break today for lunch around 12:30, sometime that day. So, no, I'm not gonna make it work for lunch like this. All right, solicitor ready?
We are, state calls Derek English.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? State you can seat your witness stand and state your full name for the record.
Okay, Mr. English, where are you employed?
Right now, the Great Falls Police Department.
Okay. Chester County?
It is Chester County, yes, sir.
Back in 2023, where were you employed?
Richland County Sheriff's Department.
Okay. And what were you, a deputy, road deputy back then?
I was on patrol, yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recall the night of May or the late afternoon of May 28, 2023?
I do. I was working on shift that night.
Okay. What were you up to around 8 o'clock?
We're dealing with a few individuals who broke into an apartment off of Ranch Road, and then I was dispatched to 7441 Parklane Road.
Okay. So you're dealing with, what's that, a break-in of some sort on one part of town, and then you said you're dispatched to 7441 Parklane.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what was that in reference to?
The Parklane call,
Yes, sir.
in reference to a shooting hit, so someone got shot.
Okay. What is that 7441 Parklane Road?
That is the Shell gas station.
Okay. Is that Richland County?
It is, sir.
Okay. Is that where you initially responded?
I did, yes, sir.
Okay. Let me ask you, sort of generally, to orient the jury, that location, that Shell gas station, 7441 Parklane, it sort of sits at the corner of two roads. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We obviously Parklane Road,
Yes, sir.
and then what is the road that cuts up beside it?
The secondary road is Spring Tree Drive.
Okay. And Spring Tree Drive, does that dead end at some point?
It does. It goes into an apartment complex called Willow Oak, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Let me show you a number of pictures that sort of show that area. This is states 14 through 31. Tell me if you just generally kind of recognize what these are.
You want me to look at all
Just look through them and I'll ask you a question after you review them.
of them? Okay.
Okay. Do you recognize those?
I do.
Those generally depict that area we were discussing, 7441 Parkland and then Spring Tree Drive right beside it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Spring Tree, you talked about it dead ending at some point. There been some parts there. How would you describe Spring Tree Road?
It's a road that goes to a dead end. There's three apartment complexes. They have 220, 250, and then 100 Willow Oak Drive.
Okay, is it a hilly road? Is it a wide road? Is it a narrow road? Is it a flat road?
It's pretty flat.
Okay. Is it a curvy road? Is it a straight road?
This is a straight road, like a straight shot.
Okay. Now, you said the call for service had you going to 7441 Parklane Road, which is that Shell gas station. Were you directed elsewhere after you arrived on scene?
Yeah, so when I arrived on scene, and stepped out my patrol vehicle, I was flagged down to go slightly further down towards 220 Spring Tree Drive.
Okay. So you go to the Shell gas station, and then later you're rerouted up farther up the road.
Yes, sir.
On Spring Street. And then you went immediately to where you were directed to go.
Yes, sir.
And what did you observe once you got there?
I observed Burwell Mike, our black guy, laying on the ground with a bystander doing chest compressions on the individual, and multiple witnesses just standing by.
Okay. Did you later learn who the black guy was who was on the ground?
Later. Yes, sir, I did.
At the time, did you understand him to be the victim of the shooting that you were responding to?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said he was, medical aid was being rendered on him when you arrived, is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And so what did you undertake to do once you arrived on scene?
I just told the individual continue to do chest compressions due to EMS being like 10 seconds away.
Okay. Were you first responder?
I was first deputy on scene.
All right. It's kind of state that's all they're identified. It's going to be states 14 through 31 for admission and evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, I think it is state 14 through 31 without objection.
And permission to go ahead and start publishing.
Yes, sir.
I just want to orient the jury. Do you mind just kind of explaining some of these things if I put them on the screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Stephanie, can we have states 50? Okay, Deputy English, do you see states 15 there?
I do.
All right, if we're looking at states 15, we're looking at the right side of this photograph. What road is that we're looking at?
The one that goes up and down, correct? All right, that's going to be Parklane.
All right, and that red roof structure is what?
That's going to be Shell gas station.
Okay, the road that cuts between from Parklane and then goes to the left of the picture is what road?
Spring Tree Drive.
Okay, and that's what you were describing earlier.
Yes, sir.
And these are the apartments we see the roofs of. If we're looking at stage 15 and we're looking from right to left, on the left side, you see some swimming pools and whatnot. Those are the apartment complexes you're talking about.
Yes, sir. That'll be 220 Spring Tree, and then a little further down will be 250 Spring Tree.
Okay. And so your testimony is you arrive at 744 on Parklane and you're directed farther down Spring Street.
Yes, sir.
So you're talking about this being Parklane, that being the Shell gas station.
Yes, sir.
Where you arrive, and then you're directed down this way down Spring Street.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you see generally where you found a victim of a gunshot wound in this picture?
Yes, sir. So if you look where the little wooded area is, so bring it let's see. Yeah, about right in that area right there.
Okay. And that's where you were talking about seeing, you call him the black guy. Do you know him now to be Cyrus Carmack-Belton?
I do.
Okay. And he was lying on the ground. You said people were rendering aid to him.
One bystander. Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you also see the defendant, Mr. Chow, at the scene at that time?
I did.
Did you understand who he was when you first arrived?
Not at all.
Okay. What were you doing? I mean, were you securing the scene? Were you collecting evidence? What exactly were you doing?
So one was trying to secure the scene. I was informed that there was a weapon on the ground, so I wanted to secure that in the back of my patrol vehicle, while also setting up crime scene tape and let EMS do what EMS does.
Okay. When you left the 7441 Parklane to go to where the victim was, did you walk up the street or did you drive your car up the street?
I drove my patrol vehicle.
Okay. How would you describe the distance between that Shell station to where the victim was found on the ground?
I'll say about 130 yards.
Okay, I mean, would you describe that distance as being significant in any way, or? Why did you walk from the gas station up to the?
It seemed pretty far.
Remember me showing you some drone footage that sort of shows a video going from the gas station up the street to where the victim was?
Yes, sir, I do.
And did that fairly and accurately depict what you yourself witnessed whenever you drove from the gas station up to where Mr. Belton was found?
Yes, sir,
This is state's number 2. Do you recognize that in the drone video?
I do.
Now, the state does offer state's number 2 for admission.
Yes.
Now, the state is subject to conversation, no objection.
All right, it'll be admitted as State's Exhibit 2.
Okay. And permission to publish?
Yes, sir.
All right, before you start, Stephanie, all right, what are we looking at right here? Just, and I hate to keep belaboring the point, but I want to orient everyone with what we're looking at here. We're looking at this first shot, state's number 2. We're looking to the left. First of all, is that the Shell station at 744 on Parklane?
That is.
All right. Now, Deputy English, if we're looking back this way, that would be Parklane, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then this road right here, we see a couple of cars on the side. That would be Springtree.
That is correct.
And of course, Shell gas station sits on the corner, Parklane, Springtree, which you already testified to.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize this as the front entrance to the gas station?
I do.
Okay. All right. Give me play. Okay. Press play. Okay. And where we end on that video, is that essentially where you found Mr. Carmack-Belton?
That
on
is.
May 28, 2023?
Yes, sir, that is.
Okay, and that accurately depicts the pathway you would take to get there from the gas station?
Yes, sir.
All right. You talked about seeing Mr. Belton and aid was being rendered. Do you remember the fire department showing up?
I do. I remember EMS and fire department showing up.
Okay, you remember EMS showing up. Do you remember eventually Mr. Belton being taken away in the ambulance?
I did.
Okay. At this point, he's being taken care of. Does your focus shift to crime scene integrity?
It does.
And so did you put out crime tape and whatnot?
I did. I put out crime scene.
And a crowd started to gather at that point, or were there people on scene other than Mr. Chow and Mr. Belton?
There was just bystanders, some who heard it, some who witnessed it.
Okay. And did you at some point try to speak with some of them?
I did.
Okay. At some point while you're out there, did you begin locating evidence?
I did.
Okay. You remember a backpack?
I do. A black backpack.
Okay. And where was that?
Like in you can't see it from the picture.
We'll go back to the number 2. Let me see if we can
but it was located in a drainage ditch.
And I'm gonna get to it in a minute, but you're, yeah, you see, all right, this is this is state's number 26 that's been admitted into evidence. Yeah, so you can see.
Remember that, Bill?
26. All right, do you recognize these two poles right here?
I do.
Okay. And do you recognize this stand of Bradford Pick, these trees right here?
I do.
Okay, would you agree that where I'm pointing this pointer is essentially where Mr. Belton was found?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Okay. And the drainage ditch you're talking, or the drainage, I guess, how did you describe it?
I call it a drainage ditch.
Okay. Is that what you're talking about right here?
I am.
Say again?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what did you say you found down that drainage ditch?
Black backpack.
Okay. And did you come to understand who that belonged to?
At the time, we didn't, but we later found out who it became.
Mr. Belton?
Yes, sir.
Or was associated with him somehow?
Yes, sir.
I mean, you collected?
I did.
Okay. What else in this general area that we're looking at, state number 26, did you locate?
Shell casing,
Okay.
and then a tactical light.
Okay. Were you wearing a body worn camera at the time?
I was.
Okay. You saw a tack light. What is that?
It's a attachment that you can put on a firearm,
Okay.
like a pistol.
And it's something you would, manually put on a pistol?
That is correct.
Are these common or uncommon?
Pretty common for people who shoot, I guess, towards the nighttime.
Okay. And what do? They provide like a flashlight. Some have like a laser too to help with accuracy,
Yes, sir.
help with vision. Do you own pistols with tack lights?
Me personally?
Yeah. Or have you ever been issued one, or have you ever?
At the sheriff's
operated
department.
one?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You say they are not uncommon.
That's not uncommon.
All right. What else did you find? You got the backpack. You got a tack light, and the tack light was attached to a gun or not attached to a gun?
It wasn't attached to the gun.
Okay. And it was just lying somewhere in this vicinity here.
Yes, sir. It was located near the shell casing.
Okay.
Also located.
So you found a tack light and you found a shell casing.
Yes, sir.
And did you mark those anyway?
I did.
You said, started to ask you at least, you had a body worn camera at the time?
Yes, sir.
And it was operational?
It was.
Okay. Let me show you states number 1 and see if you recognize this.
I do.
Okay. And does it, now with the exception of the court, the state and defense has muted portions of it.
Okay.
You watched that earlier today?
I did.
And aside from that, the agreement by everybody that portions would be muted, does it fairly and accurately represent what you yourself witnessed?
Yes, sir.
May 28, 2023.
Yes, sir.
Now, the subject of yesterday's ruling is objection to states number 1. We've also been given states 32 through 43. Well, yeah.
32 to 43.
Yes, Your Honor, 32 through 43, which are still from state 1. If you want that up there, I'm sorry.
All right. United States at this time offers states number 1, permission to evidence, permission to publish.
Subject to yesterday's pretrial motions and will be admitted as state 1 without objection.
Hey, where's he at?
compressions, keep moving.
Right here.
Okay.
Still doing compressions.
I'm not sure, but,
Okay, yes, sir, I see that. Okay. Keep doing compressions, and the MS is right there. Hey, y'all stand back. I'm gonna need your information since you were doing compressions. How long were you doing compressions for? 30 minutes? All right, cool. Hey, just don't cross it. Good. Thank you.
Free to walk through next time.
59 is in the back of my trunk. You hear me? 59 was placed right here is in the back of my trunk. I'll go down there and start. I got it. You see it? I got it. Are you the one who shot him? What's your idea? Hey, sorry, I got a store clerk right here. Come back to my vehicle. Come on. He's talking to me. You're not talking to you. It's in the back of my car. Stay right there. Okay? Stay right here. Stay right here.
I was just walking around. And then I seen, him over here with them, and I was like, oh, he looks unresponsive, so I came and he likes to see him.
Get over here. Don't let me forget I have your ID. Yeah, I know. Hey, sir. Sit at the back of my car. Do not move. Thank you. Hey, Mel. Hey, I need y'all to get in the street this way. I'm trying to do with your body, someone else right here. What's that? Hey, that's a black plate. Sorry, it's a black plate. From what?
Yeah. Okay. That's where you were noticing the tack light right there, you're pointing to it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then did you do anything to mark it at the time?
We did. I want to say like a card.
I'm not stopping again, but after that, is that about whenever you find the shell casing and you point it out and mark that as well?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Sir, stay right there. Stop moving. Just stay right there. Stay right there. U.S. Sarge, come on. Keep going. 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 Right there.
And I promise you, okay, we'll get to you. Thank you. Sorry, I need your voice. Do not cross this tape. If y'all cross this tape, sir, don't pick up anything off the ground either. If you cross it or pick up anything off the ground, I'm charging you with obstruction. That should be good for now.
Did you get my guy's name on both ends?
No, watch out for a shell casing. Yeah. Yeah, that is ID. Yeah, actually, I haven't had him yet. I'll get him down for you. Went down. I went down there to do something and he came back. I didn't know he was a suspect. He's been there. We have a attack laser and we do an attack right here. And then we showcase him. It's like 45. The not scary. Actually, it's like a cat. But it is weird because that's the one weird compression. That's her who did that. Apparently this is getting their information. Did you ever get your information to the other deputy? Your ID? Okay. Thank you. It's just weird because the rounds that's in there doesn't match for 45 minutes. They didn't have a need. See? That's what I got. I think that's just my technique. Just in case I should have it's like 45. I don't think the backpack has it at all. What's all wrong with the case? Yes, I'm doing it for sales. Hey, sorry. You got Frank's in the walls? Yeah, I haven't even started that yet. You want to see that? I can tell you what happened. That's not so bad for me. He shoplifted in my store. I said, I followed him up. I followed him. On the way down here, we tell him to drop. I think it's a train song. I think he probably checked it out. Get up, plus I come up, and then right above, my son, so I got him, he's got a gun, so I told my record, he continued to work with the gun, and my son, he's not, So I fight one shot. If you fight 45 shots. Okay. Yeah, I fight one shot. So let's shoot him. It's my gun. It's my concealed weapon. Okay. He's like, why did you fire a shot? They said he's not assault. I didn't say it initially. So when I
As far as you know, were you the first one to speak with Rick Chow as far as law enforcement is concerned?
yes, sir.
I noticed there was some confusion. At first, whenever you find the gun, when you first arrive there, you seize that weapon.
Correct.
Okay, and then you find the casing, and there's some confusion because you say, you know, this gun. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
You had not seized the gun off of Rick Chow at that point?
No, sir, not yet.
Okay. Let me show you states 32. Is this just kind of a screenshot from your, this has already been admitted evidence. Screenshot of your body camera?
Yes, sir. That's when I originally went on scene.
States 32, please. It's just a screenshot right from your body cam that we've already introduced.
Yes, sir.
This right here, that's gonna be the 9mm that you collected initially?
Yes, sir.
No, I just want, I'm giving great latitude in object and leading, I understand the state has a right to establish this, but the witness can come down, you give him the stick, and he can, not, just, I'm concerned about relaxing into leading. Most of this has been foundational thus far.
We're just trying to move it along. You already.
Yeah, I'll overrule the objection. I understand, the rule 611 does allow limited leading to develop witnesses that much.
Okay. We watched the body cam earlier, right?
We did.
And we saw you collect everything. And but let me just ask you, what is this black item here?
A firearm is a pistol.
Okay. When did we see that? When did it go on your body cam?
When I first arrived on scene,
Okay. And what did you do with that black object?
cleared it, rendered it safe,
Okay.
placed it in the back of my trunk.
This is state's number 11. You recognize this?
I do.
Okay. What is that?
The firearm that's in this picture right here.
Okay. No, the state offers state's number 11 for admission to evidence.
United States,
No objection on it, that's not a gun law or anything like that, so before it's submitted. Just for safety.
It would be admitted as state's 11.
And if I may ask, who do I address with the defense of this witness? That,
I'm clear. All right, Mr. Scott, you ready?
yes, sir. Okay. We talked about the 9mm, and that was number 11. You took it back to the car and secured it.
Yes, sir.
Saw in the video a tack light.
Correct.
Okay. Let me show you state's number 6. Tell me if you recognize this.
Well,
Yes, just look at it and see if you recognize it.
Okay. This is what I found on the ground.
Okay. Stephanie, you put up states 35. He has identified Belmont for states number 6, but Michigan doesn't. 6.
Objection? No. All right, we did to state 6, without objection.
All right, in this picture, you see those markers on the ground? This placard right here is there to mark what?
Evidence, it's a crime scene marker. Okay, or evidence marker.
What specifically is?
Oh, it's a tag line, I apologize, it's a tag line. It's on the ground.
Okay, the tack like we just introduced is states number 6.
Correct.
Okay, and let me have 37. Okay. Do you see, you talked a little bit earlier about a drainage ditch. Do you see the drainage ditch in states number 37?
I do, it's the bottom left-hand corner.
This little area here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then AA, you just said it's a tack light?
Correct.
All right. Stephanie, let me have 38. All right, what is this? Do you see the tack light in this picture?
I do, this is before the markers were placed.
Okay. Well, in the body cam, it showed you throwing some pads and stuff down. What were you doing there?
So just due to me not having anything in physical possession, I just threw down my notebook. The
Who
marks,
puts those placards down later?
the yellow ones,
Yeah.
crime scene.
Okay. You recognize this item here in states number 38?
I do,
And what is it?
that's a tag light.
What is states number, let's see, go back, Stephanie, to 35. What is, in states 35, what is that placard AB? What is that marking?
The shell casing.
Okay. And do you remember on your body cam when you located it on that video?
I do.
Okay. Let me show you states number 7. Well, you might not be able to identify, but do you remember it being there?
I do. That's my notebook marked there.
Okay, states number 7, this can get you to identify. What does it look like?
Just labeled as 45 caliber FFC, I'm sorry, FCC, or fire casing, shell casing.
Does it list the marker?
It does, this is marker AB, round.
So, but you yourself didn't collect that casing, you just identified it and let crime scene pick it up later?
Correct.
Noticed on there, were you present whenever the firearm was finally located on Mr. Chow?
Once I walked up,
Okay.
yes, sir, and they were taking it off.
This is states number 10. Just look at it, see if you can recognize it.
I do.
You recognize it?
I do.
Okay. And what was that?
It says Glock 45 caliber on there. I think the model was a Glock 30.
Do you recognize it as the weapon that you yourself saw being seized from Mr. Chow that night?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so after the scene was cleared, Mr. Belton's taken away. What did you do next?
Ran the firearms, created a crime scene log, and just waited by for a crime scene. Informed the desk sergeant of what happened for the incident.
Did you ever have a chance to go back to 7441 Parklane.
Yes, sir. Myself, along with other investigators, walked over or drove over, one of the two, to look at the surveillance footage.
Okay. Did you go with Investigator Jordan?
I did.
All right, and was your body worn camera on at that time?
It was.
And was it recording?
It was.
Okay. Great, first of all. Yeah. Okay. Let me show you states 49 through 52. Where we left off, and I know we're trying to get through a bunch of pictures, and I'm skipping around, but after you cleared the scene, we talked about the evidence at the scene, crime log and everything. Then you go back up to 7441 Parkland.
Correct.
Body camera still on.
Correct.
Did you go in the store?
I did.
Okay. Were you able to further talk with Rick Chow?
I was.
Okay. And was Alice Chow there?
She was.
Okay. Who else was there?
Andy Chow, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Were you or were you not able to go back and review video with Rick Chow?
I was.
Okay. And was that filmed on your body camera?
It was. Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you with Investigator Ty Jordan?
I was.
Let me show you states 49 through 52. Tell me if you recognize those.
This is us looking at the security footage. This is multiple cameras on the screen. This one shows us inside the store with Mr. Cyrus. This is a zoomed in shot of Mr. Cyrus at like a cooler,
Okay.
I guess you can call it. And then the last photo is us talking with Mr. Chow and his son in front of the cash register.
Okay. All right, you're on the state hall for states 49 through 52 for admission of evidence.
Yeah, the 52, just the original objection as to 52, yesterday's pretrial hearing. Other than that, no.
All right, then will be entered as, or admitted rather, as states 49 through 52, subject to defense objection.
Okay. Tell me about, was there anything, what was it, a convenience store?
It was.
Was there anything noteworthy or anything that you noticed when you go in the store?
So as soon as you walk in the store, besides the normal gas station stuff, once you walk up to the counter where the cashier is, I mean, they have like different things up there. Lottery tickets. At the top, there's like the wall of shame. And it's pretty big. There's multiple people that's been in there prior.
Okay. Let me show you states 52. Well, you already seen it, but let me publish it. All right, first of all, who is this individual in states 52?
That's Investigator Jordan.
Okay. Is he here in the courtroom?
He is.
Raise your hand, Jordan. Okay. And this is who?
Mr. Rick Chow.
Okay. Do you see Rick Chow here today?
I do.
Okay, where is he?
Sitting at the table over there.
And this is who?
Mr. Andy Chow, his son.
All right. And this, what is this? Is this what you were just describing as the wall of shame?
Yes, sir.
So you're there and you clearly, this is your body cam.
Yes, sir.
At some point while your body cam's running, you go back, you said to the, where is the surveillance room? I guess with cameras and all that.
Like behind the counter, there's like a little office space back over there.
Okay. Show you state's number 49. All right, where are we looking in state's 49?
We're inside that office space, looking at the surveillance footage.
All right, and whose head is that we see?
Mr. Rick Chow.
Okay. Do you know, all right, what are we looking at on his laptop with the record in front of him?
Multiple cameras, surveillance footages.
Okay. And there were a number of different camera angles, is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that what y'all are reviewing here?
Yes, sir.
Let me show you state's 50. All right, what are we looking at here?
One of the actual cameras, and then in the far right, top right side of that camera is Mr. Cyrus.
Okay. Liz, tell me about Mr. Chow. Was he able to demonstrate different capabilities with this surveillance system while you were there watching him?
Yes, sir.
All right, such as?
He was able to find what area go backwards on when the individual walked inside, when he was walking around, when he walked outside,
Okay.
any camera angle we needed to look at.
So he was able to access these different camera angles while you were there watching?
Yes, sir.
Was he able to reverse,
Yes, sir.
fast forward,
Yes, sir.
blow it up, make it bigger?
Yes, sir.
He was able to do all that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. States 51. What do we see here?
The photo, the photo from before, but zoomed in.
Okay, so he's actually taken the angle we saw before, but zoomed in on it.
Correct.
And then you were able to watch this particular video play out in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, as far as states 51 and what it's depicting here, that video, that angle, what did you all discover when you watched it?
Mr. Cyrus, I think, grabs several waters from that cooler and then places them all back
Okay,
as if he decided he didn't want them anymore.
okay. Well, is it safe to say that this is kind of the moment that y'all realized he never took anything?
Yes, sir.
And all these, you've been able to watch a lot of these surveillance videos since then.
I would assume so.
They were seized. Do you understanding as far as
I understand it. Yes, sir.
All right. States 3. Do you agree that that's the surveillance videos taken from the Shell gas station?
I would agree.
No, the state offers at this time, state's number 3 for admission of evidence. To be clear, we're not publishing here. No. States 3 without objection at this point. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. But I will note for the record that the defense has reserved the right to object on publication.
Yes, sir. Deputy, who at the scene on the night of May 28th, 2023, who ever said anything about Cyrus pointing a gun?
Nobody.
Nobody. You were the first to talk with him.
Yes, sir.
The testimony under oath is nobody told you that night that Cyrus pointed a gun at you.
Yes, sir. No one told me that.
And in your body cam, when you talk to Rick Chow, what does he say? Does he say he ever saw a gun?
No, he said his son. See, I know.
Okay. What, if anything, did he say about Cyrus trying to run away?
He just said that he failed, kept running.
Okay. And then what did Mr. Rick Chow do as Cyrus was running away, in his own words?
He told him to drop the weapon, then proceeded to shoot one shot or fire one round.
Okay. And I noticed at some point he left the scene. Do you know where he went?
I don't know where he went. I can assume he probably went.
Well, don't do that.
All right.
He left the scene.
He did.
And we see in your body cam when he's coming back up to where Cyrus is, and you speak with him.
Yes, sir.
Speak a little louder.
All right, let me ask again. On your body cam, we see you approach him as he's coming back towards the scene. We know he's there when you get there.
Mm-hmm.
But at some point, you're able to meet him as he's coming back from Parklane towards the scene.
Correct.
Okay. And at that point, it looks like you're telling him to stay put. You want to speak with him when you get a chance.
You're on reading.
Let me rephrase it.
Just rewrite.
Explain, if any, difficulties you had as far as having witnesses stand still and stay put. Do you remember anything about that in your body cam?
Yeah, I remember telling Mr. Chow to stay by my vehicle.
Okay. How many times?
Multiple. He kept moving around, so I kept instructing him to stay where he was.
Anything else that you were involved with that night? Evidence, at the scene, and then going back to the Parklane and operating the body worn camera. Anything else you know?
That's it.
All right, I'll just remind you, you talked earlier about the backpack, recovering it. This is states 12. Stephanie, can we put 33 up? You recognize states 12?
I do.
What is it?
Backpack, of course.
And is that the same backpack we see in states number 33
Yes, sir.
that you recovered from that drainage ditch?
Yes, sir.
United State offers states 12 for Michigan.
No objection.
Be admitted to stage 12 without objection.
I just want to make sure I haven't forgotten anything. Let me ask real quick, but I think I'm winding down. You identified them earlier. States 10, States 7.
Yes, sir.
State 7 was what?
The shell casing.
The marker AB.
Yes, sir.
10.
Firearm from Mr. Chow.
The state, this time offer states 10, 7 for admission evidence.
Our state 7 and 10 will be admitted without objection.
Only other thing that I think I just sort of left out, do you remember? Oh, wait a minute. What if anything, you know how, the timestamp on your body worn camera video?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes, I'm sorry.
What if anything, and I'm looking even at States 52. Did you notice anything about the timing when you were reviewing the different cameras and camera angles within the gas station as far as times associated with those videos?
Yes, sir. I realized it was off by a few days as well as the time was off.
Okay. So the times and dates on some of the cameras from within the gas station didn't quite match up.
Yes, sir.
I had another stack of pictures I meant to talk to you about earlier, but they hid from me in my podium. This is 44 through 48, just quickly. Look at those, you just trying to, you recognize them.
I do.
Okay. Sorry, you recognize those?
I do.
All right. As far as states 48 and 47, what are we seeing in those pictures?
2 cell phones.
Okay, where are those located?
Right now, in
Where
our
were they
picture,
in this picture?
no, on the counter.
Where? Where was the counter?
Oh, inside the store.
Okay, gotcha. What, just a white and black cell phone?
Yes, sir.
You want to state offer? How about for these amendments? States 47 and 48 for admission amendments.
47, 48. No objection.
All right, stage 48, 47 and 48 will be admitted without objection.
States 45 and 46, what do we see here?
You see a white shoe, almost like an Air Force One, located within the store as well, next to the counter where the phones are located.
Okay. States 45 and 46 for admission amendments.
No objection.
All right, that'll be admitted to stage 45 and 46 without objection.
States 44?
Oh, that's the inside the store.
Okay. And that just, does that
Judge,
indicate?
you have an objection to that, publishing it either. Pre-trial motion.
Oh, okay, yesterday, what number was that, Scott?
44.
All right. Go ahead.
Just fairly and accurately depict how the store looked on the night of May 28, 2023.
Yes, sir.
State officer states 44 for admission.
Being in state 44, subject to the pretrial.
Deputy English, please answer any questions. Mr. Swerve has for you.
I think we're gonna break for lunch at this point. I expect Mr. Swerve's cross-examination may be a little bit lengthy. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna break for lunch now. It is 12:40. Let's be back here at 2 o'clock, and we'll try to get started as soon thereafter. Again, don't stress the case, don't do any research, or anything of that nature, and we'll enjoy running. We'll see you back at 2 o'clock.
Everyone, please.
need to be redacted out of English's body worn camera. We did that and played it today. So I'm unclear what they want to introduce as far as English body cam, because we just played it today. All I've seen is an envelope labeled English body camera. The other one's Carter. I believe they had Carter on their witness list. There has been no stipulation as far as hearsay section. The statute is 19-5-520. And again, that is why we spend a lot of time muting several parts of our body worn camera belonging to English, because there was a general objection to things that were spoken about in those body cameras. And what they're seeking to do is introduce through English, the next word out, something here, something he wasn't privy to. It was a statement made to another officer. They can call him to the stand. Then I got a problem, because what is the exception they're offering? It couldn't be a party opponent. They're trying to offer something Mr. Chow said to another officer who's not in the courtroom today. I don't know what the exception is. They certainly can call him to the stand and talk about any statements he made to law enforcement that night. No, they can certainly call Chick Chow to the stand to say anything that he remembers saying to law enforcement at the time. So just to be clear, I know this is confusing. I have not dealt with the case that we have. They are seeking to introduce a body-worn camera that contains a statement made by Chick Chow to an officer. And they're seeking to do it through English. He wasn't there to hear any of these statements. I don't understand how he can, testify to this conversation. All they got to do is call Deputy Carter to authenticate the video, to talk about what he's saying, what the defendant's saying, but then they still have the hearsay permit. So they can certainly call him to the stand, and if he says something different, then we can impeach him with a prior statement. I don't know if I know it's a confusing situation to talk about. They're trying to introduce something that this officer wouldn't be privy to. Something that's picked up by a completely different officer's camera.
Your Honor, the facts of what he did not hear are just as proper to ask this witness about in the context of what he's now saying, that there was no statement made on the scene that night that Mr. Carmack-Belton pointed a gun at Andy Chow. That was very much communicated to officers on scene that night. And the state is really
English's body-worn camera is already in exhibit.
English's body-worn camera. So what we're really talking about is Carter's body-worn camera. When English is asking Mr. Chow, what happened, and he starts getting into the substance of it, and the very line that he starts referencing the gun that Mr. Carmack-Belton had, he walks away to go talk to Andy Chow.
Okay, well, I think everybody saw that already.
Right, and so the rest of the statements that Mr. Chow is making about the gun to Deputy Carter, there is no objection the state can have at this point in time, regardless of whether this witness has knowledge. We have stipulated to the foundation, we have stipulated to the hearsay exception.
I think it's still got to properly come in through the appropriate witness.
That would be for the purpose of establishing a foundation, if I'm not mistaken. And we've already stipulated that.
And I don't see how English establishes an appropriate foundation for Carter's body cam.
Well, we've stipulated that it need not be authenticated. No additional foundation needs to be laid for any of the 911, any of the body cam, or any of the surveillance.
I don't think anybody has done that.
And I'm,
I did the business record affidavit motion, can I?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so in the notice that we sent, and even on the record, we said that pursuant to section 19.5.20. So I'm not sure which Taylor briefing he keeps talking about. That's not the ground that we got those business record affidavits under. We got under the statute. And what we talked about on Friday was that the business record affidavit, the purpose for the body worn cameras is that the videos themselves are authentic, meaning we didn't have to call English to say, yes, this is my body camera. But their main objection, I believe Mr. McCullough was the one who said it, was that, yes, we will say that these videos are authentic, but we may have objections to the hearsay that are in the business record, which is typical with any business record. If it was a medical record and there was hearsay in it, you could just put the medical records in. And that was the whole thing yesterday with English's body worn camera and the statements of Lori and Kennedy and the other witnesses. They want all that muted because it was hearsay. It's the same thing in Carter's. And that's why the video surveillance is, is hearsay in those body cameras. And English didn't even hear the conversation. And like you said, there's no hearsay exception. We did not stipulate to hearsay in the videos of body cameras.
Your Honor, we're pretty flatly misrepresenting the record. Our entirety of our objection was 1 under 403, which the court recalls, and 2 under the confrontation clause, which is unique to a defendant. We have stipulated that the business record notice we got that contains reference to the statute that the state just cited is the notice of intent to offer business records, which is the hearsay exception. We agreed that all of this meets the first line of hearsay exception. And now the state is trying to dig itself out of this stipulation when we're offering this to save time. It's gonna come in anyway. If the state doesn't want, us to be able to correct the impression that it just made, I think we would need to give the court reporter time to listen to the question and answers that the state just asked this witness about who said what about Mr. Carmack-Belton pointing a gun at Andy Chow that night. And we haven't even gotten to the rules completeness issue. If that needs to be reserved for our case, then so be it. But in fairness, there's no reason under the agreements that we have already made that this can't be offered time now.
The agreements are, it is what it purports to be, not that it comes in through any witness. We just not need to put it in. We just throw everything to the jury. So we already stipulated, nothing here to see. That's what you're asking, essentially.
If the parties were to agree to all the, predicate legal issues, then we theoretically could do that. But I just don't understand what the state's issue is with putting the complete statement of the defendant.
Appropriate witness.
Understood, Your Honor.
Yeah, if you need to cross-examine him off of his body worn camera, you can, but not off the car.
Understood, Your Honor.
Anything else? All right, then, jury, please, Mr. Cole. vote for Mr. Taylor, to talk to the vote. All right, ready for cross-examination?
Judge, we'd like to offer this according to the motion we just discussed.
You're welcome to. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the delay. We got a matter of law we got to take on. Ready to go now? All right, Mr. English, I remind you, you're still under oath. Mr. Swerve.
Thank you, hey, Mr. English, let me ask you, when you were standing there and you, had been talking to Mr. Chow, at some point when you asked the question, you walked away, somebody called you and you walked away from Mr. Chow, do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that was in the middle of a conversation about whether or not somebody saw the weapon or not,
Yes, sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Carter was standing right near you, was he not?
If I can remember so.
Pardon?
If I can remember correctly.
And did you happen to hear the conversation between Mr. Carter and Mr. Chow?
No, sir.
Did you happen to review it later?
No, I never watched his body count.
Are you aware, I mean, I'm not going to ask you the details of it, but are you aware of what Mr. Chow told Mr. Carter?
No, sir.
But you do agree that at the time you were asking that question, you got interrupted and walked away, and Mr. Chow was standing there. You didn't follow up, correct?
Correct.
All right. Got a few questions I'd like to ask you. When you arrived on the scene, Mr. Chow was still there, correct?
Correct.
And his son was still there, is that correct?
I don't recall it.
You don't remember whether, okay, all right. And did you observe what Mr. Chow was doing when you arrived?
I know when I arrived, he told me that there was a firearm on the ground.
Did you see him giving any kind of life-saving measures to Mr. Carmack-Belton?
No.
You did not see that?
I observed the other female
Okay.
giving chest
But
compressions.
he was standing there at the
Closely.
time you saw him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he stayed there and he spoke with you when you asked him some questions, correct?
Briefly. Yes, sir.
Yeah. And we've already established that at some point you didn't follow up with the question, but Mr. Carter was standing right there, correct?
Correct.
Now, you went ahead and you found the book bag in, I don't know, you call it a ditch or whatever.
The drainage ditch. Yes, sir.
And you picked up the book bag, and at the point that you picked it up, you did not realize it had anything to do with the case. Is that correct?
I was unsure.
Pardon?
I was unsure if it had anything to do with it. Yes, sir.
But you did take it into your possession.
Correct.
And did you open the bag?
I looked inside briefly.
All right. And do you recall whether or not what was in the bag? Some papers?
Miscellaneous
You didn't see any
documents.
money in the bag, did you?
Not that I can recall. No, miscellaneous items, a few documents. That's it.
Okay. And what did you do with the bag at that point?
Put it back in my trunk.
And that's where you put the other items as well.
Correct.
When you found the Taurus 9mm semi-automatic weapon in the area, you went ahead and you picked that up. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you took it over to your vehicle as well?
Correct.
I think that's on the video.
Yes, sir.
And you went ahead and cleared what we call clear the gun, did you not?
Yes, sir. I did.
And when you cleared the gun, you realized the gun was loaded, correct? Did you pull the
Correct.
magazine out as well?
I did.
And the magazine had a full clip, correct?
It had rounds in the magazine. Yes.
And there was when you pulled back the slide on the Taurus 9, there was a bullet in the chamber.
It was a round in the chamber. Correct. Yes, sir.
And you removed that bullet from the chamber, and then you safely put it in your vehicle, correct?
Yes, sir.
So at that point, the pistol was ready to fire, correct? If there was one in the chamber?
Yes.
Pardon?
Yes.
Now, also, with respect to this I guess you call it a laser, a light. This was something that you put on a pistol, correct?
The tack light was an attachment.
In this particular situation, this is a combination of the laser and a light, correct?
Yes,
That you put on a pistol.
that you can
And it
attach
has
to
a
it.
certain groove on top of the pistol and the bottom to go ahead and attach it to it.
Yes,
Okay, and I believe you said it was common, but I mean, law enforcement doesn't carry those, as part of your normal duty, do you?
law enforcement carry tack lights. That is correct.
They carry a tack light
Yes,
with a
sir.
laser?
Not with the laser.
Oh,
It
well,
has
that's what I'm
light.
asking. What's the point of having a laser on a tack light?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Accuracy?
It could be, sure.
You can put the laser on a target and it's dead center, correct? You can hit that target because the laser hits that target, does it not?
I'm not an armorer, so I'm not sure.
All right. But you agree that the laser itself is not standard equipment, it's not something that's common, correct?
Yes,
Tack light is,
yes,
but not something with a laser.
yes, sir.
You wouldn't go that far to say that's a common, some common instrument on a pistol, correct?
That's not common. No,
All right, and this was a semi-automatic, were they hollow points or full jacket bullets?
I can't remember.
So you cleared it, you put it in your vehicle, and then you found the laser tack light, correct?
Correct.
And you took that to your vehicle and you stored it in your vehicle as well, correct?
No, I didn't pick up.
What did you do with that?
Stayed there until crime scene came. It was marked.
Okay, so, but it was taken into evidence.
It was, yes, I
You
guess you could say
didn't, but
that.
somebody else took it.
Yes,
And as far as you were concerned, I believe you put it in your report that tack light laser went with the 9mm Taurus pistol.
it could have been
Correct.
attached to it. Yes,
That was your conclusion.
yes,
In fact, you wrote a report about that,
that is
correct?
correct.
Okay. So again, let me just ask one, you cannot explain to the jury why someone would have a laser on a pistol or what the purpose of it is?
No, just because I'm not an armorer, but I noticed it had a flashlight on it.
Pardon?
I realized it had a flashlight on it, which
No,
is
flashlight, yeah,
tactical
but we're talking
attachment.
about a laser with a red dot.
Yes,
Can
I'm not
you tell the jury, your law enforcement, how long you been in law enforcement?
4 years.
You cannot tell the jury why you would have a red dot, a laser on a vehicle?
You can use it for accuracy. Law enforcement doesn't carry it unless it's on a rifle. But as far as anything else, I'm not too sure. It's not really common, but the flashlight portion of it is very common. People use it when they want to see at nighttime, see into a room that's dimly lit. That's what you use the flashlight portion for. That's
Sure.
correct.
But when you made a comment on direct examination that it was common, you were referring to the light. You were not referring to the laser with the red dot, correct?
Correct. Yes, the
That was
flashlight is
not-
common.
Correct?
Sure.
All right, so we know Mr. Carter was standing there. Let me, you also, so you found the Taurus, you found the light, laser light, you found the bag. Did you, you knew that the folks had come down from the gas station down to that area, correct?
Can you ask the question again?
The people had come from the gas station down to the area where Mr. Carmack-Belton was, correct? From the gas station down.
The bystanders?
the street. Pardon?
Bystanders?
I'm sorry?
Who were,
No,
what people?
the people that were involved, Mr. Chow, his son.
Yes, they
Carmack-Belton.
came from the gas station to the incident location. Yes, sir.
And you had found the bag on the side off the road, correct?
In the drainage ditch. Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Did you conduct any search on either side of the road for any other item that you were aware of? Or did you?
Briefly, just in between making contact with witnesses and EMS personnel and fire personnel. And
Were there woods and there are bushes on both sides of the road, correct?
sure.
All right. And are you aware of whether or not a search was made of both sides of the road to see if there were any objects that seemed out of place?
Not that I can recall.
there were some people that came to the scene that were in one way or another were witnesses, supposedly witnesses, correct?
Correct.
And did you interview any of them to find out exactly where they were standing to determine whether or not they could observe what they were saying?
I talked to him briefly, but investigations were there. And investigators.
And that's what I'm trying to decide who's doing what, but that's not something you do.
I mean, I can if I'm the only one on scene, but
Pardon?
I can if I'm the only one on scene.
I know.
But due to having other personnel there, I
Yeah,
allowed
right,
them
but that's what I'm saying. There were other people there. You did not do that.
Correct.
Let me ask you, this young man, Mr. Carmack-Belton, was 14 years of age. Is it legal for him to have a pistol?
It's not legal for him, for
Pardon?
any juvenile, no.
Was it legal for him to enter a store that's marked with no weapons and may enter?
I don't know if it was posted.
Pardon?
I don't know if it was posted, but no, it's not
If it
legal.
was.
No, it's not
It's
legal.
not legal, correct?
Correct.
So it's a criminal offense.
Correct.
And it would be a criminal offense for him to possess that particular weapon as well.
It'd be a weapons law violation, correct?
But turning on the other side, you were able to determine that Mr. Chow had a concealed weapon permit, correct?
When he showed me, that is correct.
And that he had it when you saw him, we're talking, he had it in his holster, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So we talked about the collection of evidence. And did you collect any other items of evidence at that point?
No, besides what we marked with a AA marker and AB marker, the backpack and the firearm.
And you marked those with those markers, and I think one of
Crime
those
scene
markers
did.
was a notebook that you put down.
Yes,
just
sir.
to make sure you knew where exactly where it was.
Yes, sir.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So I'm just gonna go through, we're just gonna hit some points that I like to make, and just to permit me one time to read it a little bit. I'm not gonna ask you some questions I've already asked you, but the backpack, do you remember anything that was in the backpack? Did you make an inventory of anything in the backpack?
Like I said, miscellaneous documents, like two brushes,
But you didn't find any money in the backpack?
not that I can recall, no.
Were you the one that got the two cell phones and the shoes? Or was that something you picked up or somebody else?
If I'm not mistaken, maybe crime scene. I'm not sure though.
Okay, that's fine. You would agree that you did not you didn't conduct a full interview yet like you would want to of Mr. Chow, correct? It was just a couple of moments that you spoke to him, and you had to go off somewhere else.
I just asked him what happened.
Pardon?
I just asked him.
Right, but
I don't
you
know what
agree
took
it
place.
was a brief conversation.
Brief conversation.
And it
Correct.
wasn't really with no follow-up questions, correct?
Not from me, no.
Excuse me one minute. Waiver, appreciate you being here this morning. Let me just ask you one more question. Is that, as I understand it, you were in the middle of it or talking to Mr. Chow when you got called away and were not able to finish it, correct?
Correct. That was where Mr. Carter took over.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Okay, let me test about these laser sights. Helping accuracy. Is that what you said?
It could help with accuracy. You see it more on a rifle than you do a pistol.
Did you have any reason to believe Cyrus used the laser inside of the shell station?
No.
Did you have any reason to believe he brandished the gun inside the shell station?
No.
Did you have any reason to believe?
That's not proper in the record. I didn't ask anything about that.
He was asking about the laser and what they're used for and aiming weapons, right? Wasn't that the question you were asked earlier?
Yes, sir.
Did you have any reason to believe, while you're on scene, that he brandished the weapon or used the laser in the parking lot of the Shell gas station?
No, sir. I have no reason to believe that.
Okay. Is any of that caught on video that you're aware of?
That he brandished a weapon?
Yeah, I object because that's not redirect.
Or flashed a laser at any point?
I know that.
I'm gonna sustain that.
All right. You were asked about 14-year-olds can't legally carry guns, and you said, that's correct, I cannot.
Yeah, that's correct. That legally cannot.
And then criminal offense.
It is.
Concealed weapons permit users have to follow the laws too, do they not?
If I'm not mistaken, yes, sir.
Okay. I mean, laws still apply to concealed weapons.
That is correct.
You were asked about money. Did you have reason to believe, or to your knowledge, did people move some evidence around before you guys got there?
Yes.
Okay. I think in your body camera, Mr. Chow, he says he moved
The firearm,
the
correct.
firearm. Okay. How did the shoe, Cyrus Carmack-Belton's shoe, and how did those two cell phones get inside the convenience store?
Someone had to move them.
Somebody moved them there?
Oh, yes.
Okay. So you didn't find anybody, but you were told by the Chows that they had moved evidence around.
Yes.
Okay. That's all I have.
All right, you can step down, Deputy. Thank you.
John. Ask what is not to be excused.
Mr. Just approach.
Yes, sir.
Hang tight.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That was like one of the last questions.
It looked in towards the end of, Deputy English's directive. Got the question a little shortly before the introduction of state as well.
Yeah, what question are you looking for?
And it was Mr. Scott might help you better. There was a question that Mr. Scott asked of Deputy Investigator.
Call me Mr. English.
Mr. English, when he was on the stand on that one, about who did he tell, was anyone told, or did Mr. Chow someone told? Point. Yeah, I'm trying to use the keyword.
And in your body cam, when you talk to Chow, what does he say? Did he say that he ever saw a gun? He said his son seen a gun, Cyrus trying to run away. He said he just said he fell and kept running. And then what did Mr. Rick Chow do as Cyrus was running away, in his own words? He told him to drop the weapon and proceeded to shoot one shot or fire one round. Is that what you're telling me?
No, ma'am.
It was right before.
It was right, okay, yeah.
Okay, we're getting there.
Yeah.
The testimony under oath is nobody said, told you that night that Cyrus pointed a gun that night. Answer was no, so no one told him that.
The question was, nobody told you.
Okay, is there anything further after that? I just want to make sure it's clear.
And then your body cam, when you talk to Rick Chow, what does he say? Did he say he ever saw a gun? That's where I just read.
Ma'am?
That's where I just read all that
Okay.
stuff before.
Okay, I want to do that, and I just want to be clear and cover myself for the record. I understand your question, Your Honor. Understanding, and we want to proffer and properly put this in, we believe the connotation left with the jury. And if you cite rules specifically 106, when a writing or recorded statement or part thereof is introduced by a party, an adverse party may require the introduction at that time of any other part of any other writing or recorded statement which ought in fairness to be considered contemporaneously with it. I don't know if we take, and I've shown these, Your Honor, and I've shown these to the stage. These are part of the transcripts of the video that you have already seen. The first one at the top of it says English #1. That is what you watched and what the jury watched on the video screen. If you notice, it is highlighted yellow. At the last yellow line, it shows when this officer walked away. If you then go to the second page, which says Carter #1, it shows where the question that was being asked of Mr. Chow, in which he was continuously answering the question that started from Mr. English and allowed him to finish the question that he was asking. So I'm showing you this is a continuous, contemporaneous statement, in which it goes against the solicitors making the suggestion that Mr. Chow never said on the side. And of course, Ms. Edgar never said on the side that a gun was pointed at Andy and that we his son. And if we go to number 3 of that, that is when he specifically states that the gun had been pointed at his son. We are just offering that, Your Honor, as and the reason I've given you those 3 pages is to show that this is not a portion of a statement. It is one continuous matter. It is not, and I know it seems like it's 2 separate body cams, but it's one statement is why this is important. So I know it makes it seem as though Mr. English is doing one interview and Mr. Carter is doing one. It is one interview and Mr. Chow is giving one consistent statement. And then to stop it where they have stopped it and say, well, if that's all we want to utilize, and then to be able to ask this officer, well, he didn't say anything to you about pointing his son, or firearm being pointed at his son. We don't know what they're going to call Carter. And of course, we have the right to do it. We also have the right if we want to, and that's why they didn't want this officer to leave until I heard the question. We possibly impeach him, and I understand now that for the question, the court may not allow him to do it. But specifically under Rule 106, and if you read the case law that discusses under the rule under 106, it talks about this situation in which it's a continuous statement. So that would just be our position that we should have the right at this point in time, and not to wait until our own case or waiting for the next officer, to be able to put in the entirety of what happened on the scene at that point in time. So we don't leave the jury with the impression, the incorrect impression, that this was not said. Because we know it actually was said at that point in time. And I understand the court is saying, well, you guys can go ahead and call him, but that goes against what the rule of completeness means. That we should be able to do it right now because it's fresh in the jury's mind. Making us wait a week and a half or however long this case would take is why the rule is actually clear. Thank you, thank you. And I apologize for making the jury go out, but I think I need to. And I can happily get the court wants. I think we already put the body on camera. I know I gave you the clips. I think we actually recorded it right before the case.
All right, well, I think I've already ruled, allow you to make your record.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Mr. Toll. And, you still want, Mr. English still under subpoena?
We do, Your Honor, but I do not mind leaving the courtroom. We will contact him. I think we'll be easier because I don't want him sitting around. It's okay if I contact you when you do your testimony. Because I got one work. Okay, then he's under subpoena.
You're still subject to the subpoena, but you can leave today.
I think he said yes. Okay, I thought he said that wouldn't work. I was just let y'all clear the vote. Can I just talk to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Just call him. in Washington DC starting tomorrow, and be there until September, and I was not going to do it to either of the miss things. We can figure out a creative way to get the rest of that information in, but we had that conversation just now. I understand that. And just work.
All right, you're released from your certificate. Thanks for being here, Joe.
And Your Honor, if possible, the things that I just gave you, if we can make those work. Thanks.
12, 13, 14.
And Your Honor, just for the record, understanding that we will, based upon the court's rulings, have to, if you have no problem with calling Investigator Carter, one, I want to make sure he has not been released from the state subpoena. They don't have to tell me if they're planning on calling, just make sure he has not been released from the state subpoena.
We told them we were not going to call. That's what I told them.
But he has not been released from the state subpoena as announced, but he is still under subject to the subpoena prior to court. So we would just ask the state not release him and not tell him that he may not be required to testify.
I told them I would not be calling. So y'all need to do it.
Yeah, the court in fairness, now that we're hearing and seeing what is put on, you understand my concern for making the court's witness, so he is not able to just avoid. I think that is rule. My concern, Your Honor, is, and I understand you, nefarious purpose, but to put that testimony in and realize that they were never going to put in the second part and now put that question in front of the jury. This is why the rule of completeness exists and say, and they knew they weren't going to call this witness? That's why. They knew they were going to call this witness. They asked that question specifically. They knew they were never going to put this witness on. And then to say that we don't have a right to put the rest of the statement in unless we do something else and not. I just asked, we have no problem with calling this witness, but it's very wild that the state is saying, well, I told them I wasn't going to call him.
I thought they were doing subpoena him. They have the same subpoena powers we do. They gave us a witness list and he was not.
Absolutely, Your Honor, I have no problem with that. I'm just making sure that they have had contact with him. He is a deputy, law enforcement. It's always much easier for the state to have someone show up than it is. That's all I'm asking. They've had contact with him, make sure he's not released for the subpoena, the defense will be calling him, or he can be told that he is a court witness and cannot be released. I'm very concerned now, especially given the impression that they just gave to this jury, that there's a reason that they don't want this witness to show up. Yeah. And then this goes back to Mr. Curtis, there was the question of whether or not, and I know there's confusion now, whether there was a stipulation that all of this information would be coming in. And so there was some confusion there. But that being said, I will happily call him so long as they don't release him or if they make him a court's witness. And if this is an exercise in trying to get the full and fair information out, you can simply say, well, we don't know where this witness is. And then I can't stress enough, putting that information in front of the jury and knowing that the next question is not going to be asked, that's a close call.
That was a very clear question. Who said to you anything about pointing a gun? I didn't say who has ever said it. And by the way, here's the thing that everybody needs to know. He never told Carter, so he never used the word point with him either, did he?
And there should be no problem with putting the rest of it in.
Call him.
That's what I just said.
Just want to make sure, correct, I know the jury's not in here, but I mean, these words like nefarious keep getting used, and I've kind of reached my.
I have too. You got an ethical, go down the street and stop accusing people of ethical problems in this courtroom. I haven't seen one yet. I see two very excellent and capable teams advocating for their positions, but I haven't seen anything unethical, and I'm tired of hearing about it.
I understand.
I'm getting impatient. We went with one witness, and we keep arguing about how many angels we can put on the head of a needle. I've ruled on the issue. You are all great lawyers. You know how to send a subpoena. If you need Carter, you can send him a subpoena. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Are we ready for the next witness?
Good radio.
To the jury.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness stand and state your full name for the record.
Justin Martin,
Mr. Martin, where do you work?
the Fifth Circuit Solicitor's Office.
And what is your job there?
I am a body cam and video analyst,
How long have you done this job?
almost 10 years.
What are some of the duties that you have as your role as a body camera and video analyst?
I help gather and distribute digital evidence for our office to receive from law enforcement and then to distribute to defense attorneys. I assist with technical issues that might occur with that digital evidence, specifically with video, surveillance video, body worn camera videos that might have compatibility issues, and I help the court in achieving redactions to evidence and creating demonstrative pieces of evidence to be entered into court for court proceedings.
In fact, did you do that in some of the videos in this trial?
That is correct.
So in your role, do solicitors and sometimes I guess defense attorneys come to you and commonly ask you for your help in troubleshooting or accessing evidence?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And is it common for solicitors to ask you to put together PowerPoints and other presentations of digital evidence associated with the case?
Yes, ma'am.
And sometimes it's one of the purposes of your PowerPoint presentations to condense hours of video footage into shorter, more easily viewable clips.
Yes, we very commonly receive a large amount of video as part of cases. Some of the video that we might receive may be only a very small portion of what we actually receive would be pertaining to the case.
And in this case, were you asked to create a PowerPoint containing shorter video clips derived from some of the video surveillance from the Shell gas station?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is the entity that digital evidence in cases typically come from?
Our largest law enforcement agency that we prosecute cases for would be Richland County Sheriff's Department.
Okay. And is that the agency investigating this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is there some type of database that law enforcement uses to share that evidence with the solicitor's office and you share with the defense attorneys?
That is correct. We, most of our law enforcement agencies utilize evidence.com. It's a cloud-based storage and delivery system that they can upload not only their body worn camera or dash video or interviews up to, but also other elements of items of evidence that might be associated with the case, like surveillance or phone dumps, documents, or whatever other material that might be necessary.
Okay. And were the videos that you used to create the video clips in your PowerPoint slides, the store surveillance, came from the store surveillance videos in this case?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And regarding the store surveillance in this case, were there about 22 store surveillance videos associated with this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And was the duration of some of that footage on those videos up to about 2 hours long?
Yes, every video file had a different duration. Some of them were very long, some of them were 30 minutes, some of them were over 2 hours.
Okay. Do some of the videos have audio
Yes,
and some of them don't?
that's correct.
And as part of your role as a video analyst, do you commonly come across digital evidence, especially like videos, that require unique and specific players to access it?
Yes, it's not uncommon for surveillance video systems to use proprietary video codecs that are required in which to review those videos after the fact.
Okay, and I guess is the MP4 format the most common way to play a video?
An MP4 is the most common in these days video file type that you would find in everyday life. YouTube is mostly MP4s. There's settings on your phone that can create MP4s. It's ubiquitous. It's widespread. MP4s are a very common video file type.
Were some of the videos in this case saved as a BVR file?
That is correct.
And can the average MP4 video player play a BVR file?
A BVR file is a proprietary video file that needs a specific program to open.
And is it a free program?
No,
Okay, what's it called?
Blue Iris, I believe.
Okay, so you have to purchase that software to play the videos.
There is a free trial, but yes, it is a limited trial. You must purchase that software to have access to those videos long term.
May we approach?
Sure.
Okay, so did you convert some of those DVR format videos to MP4?
Yes, I use the Blue Iris software that has a limited term to convert it into an MP4 so that we could utilize it in the courtroom.
I'm gonna show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 4. Do you recognize what's on the CD?
Yes,
Did you make that CD?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what is on this?
It is a PowerPoint presentation that has video clips of the videos from the video system within the store. More or less clips that just show the action of what occurred in the store as the victim walks in and as the victim leaves, the actions that occurred within the store there. Clips that were removed from the full files of the videos that were received from Richland County Sheriff's Department.
At this point, the state requests to enter number 4 into evidence.
Well, Your Honor, I think it is admitted, we certainly conceded that surveillance obtained from our business was admissible insofar as with the reservations.
Can you speak up for me?
Yes, I'm sorry, I'm a little hoarse. We earlier agreed, Your Honor, to the admissibility, or at least business record admissibility, subject to any further objections. I am not yet clear what this gentleman means by powerful, whether there is, as I understand, he is an investigator who was asked to put video surveillance obtained from our store together. If it is simply video surveillance tagged one after the other in some fashion, I don't know that I have an objection. If it has editorial commentary, whether it's typewritten on the screen or otherwise, just not sure what we got here. That's my problem.
We'll be entering this under Rule 1006. It's just a large amount of videos condensed in different video clips.
Commentary or anything of that nature.
The only thing that we have is like, slide numbers and, like an alphanumerical, just like a little thing on the bottom so that we know like what slide is what. These are all from the work surveillance. They all come from stage 3. That's already in the evidence.
Stage 3.
One second.
Well, hold that. Stage 3 is already in the evidence, it just wasn't published, so it doesn't even need to be on. It is here. Go ahead.
Now, in some instances, are you asked to edit videos?
Yes, ma'am.
And when we say edit, you didn't change or alter any of the people's actions or the contents or anything, any audio of these videos, did you?
No, I typically all I will do is stretch out video to make it so that it's a little easier to see. By that I mean to make the frame or the action on screen take up more space on the display. I might make a clip and you say edit, like that includes just taking a piece of the video out of the larger video to show a clip of it so that we're not watching a full 2-hour video where there's only maybe 5 seconds of action on that video. That is correct. I'm not changing the scenario or adjusting people's location within the frame. specifically just condensing some of the material that was provided.
Okay, and can you edit a video to slow it down, speed it up, and zoom into certain parts?
That's right, yes. Oftentimes we'll slow down video to allow the action to spread out over more time to give the viewer a little bit more time to see what's going on. The same goes for when we say zoom in, like stretching it out so that, say, what we're trying to see is just taking up a very small piece of the video up on the top right corner or something like that. We'll just expand that up so that it takes up more space on the display, so what's occurring there in that corner is just a little easier for people to see.
Okay, and can you like amplify audio and volume and stuff like that?
Yes, when I adjust audio, I adjust the gain, which is the baseline level of the audio, so it raises the volume of all of the audio that was captured equally. I don't go in and highlight specific areas of audio to gain, to bring the volume level up. I gain the entire audio track so that it all lifts up.
And can you also combine, or I guess stitch footage from different camera angles in different videos instead of continuous sequence?
Yeah, so in many cases, we'll have video files that are just a specific camera location, but if there's action occurring where there's 4 or 5 cameras pointing at that action, I can cut between the different camera angles to follow the action as it moves around within a location, within a store, wherever the video is taking place.
And did you do those types of editing in the PowerPoint that you created?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you said your presentation is in a PowerPoint format, so you can actually like play the video on each slide in the PowerPoint?
Yes, each slide is a different clip of video that was lifted from the material provided from the surveillance systems within the Shell store.
And did you add like slide numbers to the top right just to kind of so you can see what slide is what?
Yes, to keep track of.
And did you add, oh, I'm sorry.
No.
Did you add like an alphanumeric to like A3 on the bottom, just so like just as an organization tool for you?
Yeah, so there's a folder that has the clips labeled, and yes, as an organizational tool, there is also a label on each slide that shows what the file name was of the clip that was pulled.
Okay, and when you're creating PowerPoints for a case, sometimes do the solicitors provide you with like some basic background information on the case, like time certain things happen or like who certain people in the video are?
Yes.
Okay, does that help you kind of understand what you're looking for when you're making these videos?
Yes, especially in cases that have a voluminous amount of video, having a time frame of when the action occurs or an idea of what a suspect or a victim or somebody that is pertinent to the case can be extremely helpful.
Okay, and in this case, were you given information that the shooting happened around 8:04 p.m. and the victim entered the store a few minutes before that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and the videos, when you watched them and reviewed them, did you see timestamps on them?
Yes.
Okay, and where did those timestamps come from?
Typically, there's a lot of surveillance systems will burn into the image of the video time code and a date that is being fed to that file from the recording system of the surveillance video system. So many people will have, maybe you'll have a 4-camera system in your own home, and it'll plug into a little box, a DVR, just like some cable companies will have, where you can record videos at your home. But it will take the video feed from the cameras in different locations. It'll bring it into the DVR, and the DVR will place on the image of the video a date and a time based on what that box thinks the date and time is.
Okay, so when you were reviewing these videos, did you notice that different video angles had different timestamps?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and is that common to see?
Or
is it uncommon to see, rather?
In the same location, it's not that common. Typically, business would, or a location would use the same system. And then that system would have the same date and time stamped into all of the videos. But in this case, there seems like there was multiple DVRs or different systems that were imprinting the date and time onto those video files.
Okay, and when you were reviewing these videos, were there some videos that like looked like it jumped into time?
Yes.
Okay, and what could be the reason for that?
So there's multiple reasons. If it's a same camera and you see a jump in time, that typically is because there is a motion sensor activation on that camera. So the camera will only record when it detects motion within a specific zone. Oftentimes those are customizable. If you have a camera that's kind of facing the door of a business, it might make it so that if there's motion near the door, that the camera turns on and starts recording. So if there's no activity in a zone that's being monitored for motion, the camera can disengage and not record video often to help save space and to focus on whenever there was activity in that area.
Okay, and kind of going back to the timestamps with the incorrect times, in past cases that you review videos for, have you looked at other types of evidence in the case, like maybe body worn camera times or maybe times on 911 calls to kind of get an idea of what the correct time is?
Yes, body cams are typically plugged in at the end of the night. They recharge, and if there's a discrepancy with the timing on the device that it imprints on that video, it will adjust its clock so that it is accurate again. The same goes, 911 center has networked in their system, so whenever a 911 call occurs, it is always up to date with the accurate time. So surveillance video is typically more problematic about having an accurate date and time because those systems can lose power, and when they begin to receive power again, it does not always account for the time that has lapsed when it was without power. And if the administrator of that device doesn't go in and reset it every time that occurs, you start seeing discrepancies in the time that is being stamped into the video and what the actual time of that video being recorded actually is.
No further questions.
Thank you, Your Honor. Martin, you speak with great authority. You had formal training in editing.
Yes, sir.
What was that?
I have a 2-year degree from York Technical College in video production.
You made movies?
I have made several local commercials many years ago, and I have been a content creator for the county of Richland for their public information channel. So
You were asked to take surveillance video. You know how many hours of surveillance video? This was video that came from where? You understand?
as far as within the Shell station, in this case specifically?
Whatever you're about to play for us is comprised of, I understood to be surveillance camera videos. Is that full extent of it?
Yes, sir.
So it's not body camera.
That's correct.
And where is your understanding that surveillance footage came from?
7441 Parklane Road.
The store, the Chow. And you said that you had the participation of attorneys, some of these attorneys in the editing decisions and the construction of this PowerPoint you talked.
Yes, sir.
You said that there were a lack of synchronization in camera footage and so forth.
Yes, there was timestamps that were not consistent with the continuity of what was happening inside of the video.
So you made arbitrary decisions in the construction of this presentation because the cameras are not in sync. You made decisions, arbitrary decisions about what fit together.
I think arbitrary would be a strong word. There is continuity that occurs in a space. If somebody walks in and they're wearing a red shirt or a yellow jacket and they come in from a door, even if there is a discrepancy in the time, from another angle, if that same person is coming in wearing the same clothes, even if the time is different, they perform the same actions, and then 30 seconds later, another person comes in. You start to build continuity in between the files because those actions and those people and those specific circumstances don't present again in any other time.
But, your decisions and the advice you got from the prosecution, the prosecutors, you and the prosecutors chose what to emphasize in this PowerPoint, which is a distillation of the whole, correct?
That is correct.
Now, as a Gamecock fan, I guess you would be able to take the films from the game we lose on Saturday night and make the Gamecocks look like winners on Sunday morning?
I don't think that's possible.
I don't have anything else, Your Honor. Clearly not a Gamecock.
All right, you step down. Start next witness.
State Health Warren Carson.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony within this state is truthful, whole truth, and nothing but truth to help you God? Thank you for accepting the witness stand and state your full name for the record. State your full name.
Lori Ann Carson.
Yes. All right. Thank you. I'll learn how to work the podium. All right. Good afternoon, Ms. Carson. Tell the jury just briefly, just to get acquainted with you, and two things I'll ask real quickly. You got a court reporter who's here. She's going to be taking everything down that you say, so just need you to speak loudly enough for her to hear you and for each of the members of the jury. And also, I'm glad you did that. If you're nodding your head or saying if you could just say yes or no so that the court reporter can take it down clearly and nobody will assume what you're saying. Just want to make sure it's all clear.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Where are you from?
Originally Hopkinsville, Kentucky.
And what brought you to South Carolina?
My husband was in the military in Fort Campbell, Kentucky. He got out there and then we moved here to Columbia, South Carolina, where his parents reside.
What branch?
Army.
And are you currently employed?
I am.
Where are you employed?
United States Postal Service.
How long have you been there?
25, 26 years.
All right. And do you have other family here in South Carolina?
No, I have just my husband's family and my kids, but my family's in Kentucky.
All right. And so your kids are physically here in South
Yes.
Carolina? Okay. Are they in Columbia?
Yes.
All right. And do you grandmother?
Yes.
How many grands you got? It makes you smile when you talk about the
Yes. 8.
You got 8?
8.
All right. So let me ask you this. We're going to focus a little bit more specifically on 2023. So May 2023, you said you have 3 children who are here?
I do.
All right. Do you mind naming them?
I do mind.
Okay. You do mind? Do you have a daughter named Kim?
I do.
All right. And was she living in Columbia back in 2023?
She was.
Which side of town was she living
Side of town, I don't know if that's, I live on Northeast. I don't know if that's still the Northeast area of Columbia, or she lived off of Spring Tree off of,
So for the Spring Tree Park Lane area?
yes, yes, I don't know what kind of,
So would that have been the area where the convenience store is located that is owned by the defendant, Rick Chow?
yes.
Now I'm gonna show you just a couple things real quick. First, it states exhibit number 18 and states exhibit number 19. Oh, it is.
Okay.
Thank you. So take a look at states 18 and 19. Do either of those photos look familiar to you?
They do.
All right. So if we start with states exhibit number 18, and I think it's up on the board now, so you handle that to me. So,
Yes.
thank you, ma'am. So the first one is states 18. Tell me what that is.
A convenience store,
Okay. Which convenience store is that?
Shell station.
All right. And I'm going to show you states number 16. Now that's more of an aerial view. Is that a better
That is
rendition?
correct, yes.
Okay, what is it you see in there?
The convenience store, Spring Tree, Parklane.
All right. On the corners of Spring Tree and Park Lane?
Yes,
And that's the area where your daughter was living back in 2023?
yes.
All right. Now, if we focus a little bit more specifically on that particular day, can you tell me a little bit about what was going on, what you were doing that day?
We was going, my daughter and grandkids was going to see a movie that they chose. And we just thought Sunday, day before the holiday, we'll just go out and enjoy ourselves.
So you indeed went to see a movie that day?
We did.
All right. And after the movie, what is it that you decided to do?
Take Kennedy back home, but she needed to stop in the store to get something to drink.
Okay. And so the store that we're looking at, is that the store that you stopped at to get something to drink?
Yes,
Had you been in that store before?
twice.
Right. Can you tell me why you've gone into that store?
Yes, my grandkids had been looking for some candy slime liquors. So I was on the hunt trying to find the candy that they wanted. So I stopped in there once and they was like, come back in probably a couple of weeks. They should have it then. So the second time I stopped back in there and I don't believe I purchased it then. They were still stocking up.
But having gone into that store at least 2 times, you were familiar with the layout of the store?
Yes.
A little bit familiar with the decoration?
Where the candy was at, yes. I knew where to go to find it.
Yes, ma'am. And you're a little bit familiar with the decorations in the store?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you something, state exhibit number 52.
Same objections as before, Your Honor, but it's been,
Okay. I'm showing you what's been listed as State's Exhibit 52. Can you tell me if you recognize that picture?
I do.
All right. And in recognizing that picture, you said, were there anything like photos or decorations that stood out to you when you were in that store?
Yeah, a lot of photos.
Okay. And is what you're looking at from States 52 a fair and accurate representation of the photos that you saw when you walked into that store?
Yes.
Now, as we focus a little bit more on that particular day, you drove into the gas station to, or the Shell station, the convenience store side of this,
Yes.
to pick up maybe some slime liquor or a drink for your daughter,
Candy.
or some candy. And what happened next?
As I was pulling in onto the lot, I noticed Cyrus coming out and taking off running with the 2 other gentlemen behind him, all in suit.
You said following suit? Let me ask you this.
Yes. So,
What kind of car were you driving that particular day?
BMW SUV,
Okay, BMW SUV?
yes.
All right. I'd like to show slide number 20 from State Exhibit number 4. Now, if you're looking at the top corner of that screen, can you tell me what you can see?
I see my vehicle turning onto Spring Tree.
So that vehicle right there, and is its paused, that's your vehicle?
That is my vehicle.
And tell me again what type of vehicle that is?
2017 BMW S5.
So what is it about when you pulled into this area that commanded your attention? Let's talk about that a little bit more. You said you saw a young man walk out of the store?
I saw him walking out and then taking off, running
Okay.
with the two gentlemen running behind him.
Okay. You said two gentlemen running behind him. What, if anything, stood out to you as they were running behind this young man?
His shoe flew off when he was.
Now, where would you have been to watch this shoe fly off?
I had pulled onto the lot and I stopped,
Okay.
so I was able to see.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits number 21. I'm sorry, State's Exhibits 20, 21, and 22. So I'm going to hand you State's 20. Can you tell me what that is a photo of?
Yes, Spring Tree Drive.
Okay. I'm going to show you State's 21. Can you show me what that's a photo?
Just a bigger view of Spring Tree Drive.
And is that also the corner of that store in the parking lot?
The parking lot, yes,
7441 Parklane Road?
yes,
The store belonging to Rick Chow, the defendant?
yes.
You sure? Yeah. Let's start with 20. So can you explain to the jury about where you would have been as you pulled into that store and you saw two adults chasing Cyrus?
I would have been just on the edge. I pulled into onto the lot, so I was at the edge,
Okay. And I'm gonna,
just off the street.
so what I'll do, Your Honor, the witness step down? So I have you, if you don't mind, Ms. Carson, I'm going to give this to you, and you can point out. Are you comfortable pointing on this one?
Yes.
Or you want me to be here so you can see, Your Honor? All right. Show us about where you would park.
I parked right there, stopped right here.
Stopped in that area?
Yes.
And what you're telling us is that's where you saw the defendant, Rick Chow, and someone else chasing Cyrus across the parking lot.
Yes.
All right, you're gonna have to sit here, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, I'd like to show you what's been marked as States 24, slide 24 from States number 4, exhibit number 4. Can you go to that, please? Tell me what you see in that video.
My vehicle and Mr. Chow and the other gentleman running.
And is that what you experienced on May 28th, 2023?
Yes,
And that caught your attention?
yes.
What did you see next?
I saw Cyrus run across the street. I saw a female, I guess, I don't know if it's a slave or not. I saw her pick up his shoe.
And did you continue to watch this whole incident unfold?
I did.
And you watched from your vantage point right there at the corner that you just pointed out to the jury?
Yes.
Tell us what you saw from that vantage point.
At that point, I saw Cyrus run across the street, them chasing him. I saw Cyrus trip, and he got up, and I was excited because I wanted him to continue running, but he didn't get up straight up. I thought he tripped again, and he went down.
Did you at any point in time see anything in Cyrus's hands?
I did not.
Would you be at a point where you could see things that were in his hands?
Yes.
What happened next? You can take your time.
I turned my vehicle around and went down to where they were located at. I stopped and I wrote down when I asked, is everything okay? And he said, no, call 911.
So let's stop there. Before you drove down to see what was going on, could you see, you said Cyrus fell a second time?
He fell, he tripped over the curb,
Mm-hmm.
and then as he was getting up, he fell down again, so he didn't get upright. He didn't get upright to where he was.
What were the two men who were chasing him doing?
I saw the son. I saw both of them chase him, and then when I drove down there, I can't at this point because I had to turn my vehicle around. So I had to look left to make sure no car cut. So then I drove down there, and when I stopped and asked if they needed help, was everything okay? The son, they was distance apart from Cyrus. Cyrus was in the middle of them, and Mr. Chow was in front of Cyrus. Cyrus was already laying on the ground, and the father was near the position where his head was at.
So let me ask this, just to make sure I'm getting this chronologically correct. Before you drove down there, you saw them run in front of your car.
Yes.
All right. And you saw him fall a couple times.
Yes.
All right. And then as he fell, you saw him, when he fell the final time, can you tell us where they were positioned?
I cannot tell you.
Can you tell us what, if anything, you saw Mr. Chow, the defendant in this case, doing, or his son doing when he fell the final time?
The final time when I saw, he was already moving towards the front of Cyrus.
Okay.
And the son was behind Cyrus, but a little ways off from where Cyrus was at. It's like the son ran up near the curb and stopped. It's like he didn't move no further.
And you saw Cyrus fall the final time?
I did.
Was he ever pointing towards them or doing anything towards them that you could see?
No, that I could see, no.
And did you ever see anything in his hand?
I did not.
So when you actually went down to the scene, you said you drove down there. Did you at some point engage or have a conversation? Well, what is it? Let me change this around a little bit. What is it that you saw when you finally got down to the scene? You said that you saw Cyrus on the ground. Tell me what was going on.
When I got down there, Mr. Chow was down on his knees. Cyrus was on his back. And Mr. Chow has his hand out. And I asked, where'd the blood come from? Are you bleeding? Are you hurt? I said, who's hurt? And he said, him. So I looked at Cyrus and I said, where? Where? Because I didn't see no blood in it. And so by then there was another female and Mr. Chow, they rolled him over and they raised his shirt up and I saw the hole in the back. And they rolled him back over and I cleared. By then he had leaves in his mouth and I cleared the way because he had started making gurgling. So I thought he was trying to breathe. So I was trying to clear him so he can breathe. And I told them to, the female, and because I didn't know how to do CPR. So I told them to do CPR because he's trying to breathe. And I told him to do CPR. So the young lady started doing chest compression. And Mr. Chow was getting CPR mouth to mouth to him. And I just told him to keep on.
And you tried to do what you could to help with the situation after Cyrus had been shot.
Yes.
Do you know who shot Cyrus?
I don't know who shot, but I know when I went down there, when I turned my car around, went down there and stopped, Mr. Chow was in a shooting stance where he's standing upright with his legs and he had his arms like this.
Like, can you stand and demonstrate to the jury what you mean by shooting stance? And hold on for a minute, let me move this. May she come down again, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
When I drove down there and stopped, the scene was over here. And I rolled down my window and he was in the stance like this.
And what did you do when you saw Mr. Chow in a stance like that, the defendant, Mr. Chow, in a stance like that?
I asked him, was everything okay? And he said, no. Call 911.
And is that what you did?
Yes, I had my family in the car, so I needed to get them out of danger and drove them up to the next apartment lot. And then I ran back down. And as I was going up, though, I was calling 911, but I was so nervous because I needed to get back down there and help them. And I just gave the phone to my daughter because I couldn't get the information out.
Court's indulgence.
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked. Slide 20 of Station Exhibit number 4. You can take a look at that, please. 21. I'm sorry, slide 21 of Station Exhibit number 4. we move back a little bit, just to go back to the beginning of this. What is it that you saw there? You talked about shoot?
Shoe came on.
Okay, and that's what you saw?
I saw him run, on the red, bright red
Could you see?
sweatshirt, so I was able to see him. But I saw a shoe that's white and it just flew off as he was running.
Could you see his face?
I saw his face.
Tell me what you saw.
He just looked frightened, scared, like he needed help.
And how is it that you could say he looked frightened and scared? How do you say that?
The way his eyes was just like a young child, just in trouble, just needed help. He just looked scared. It just in his eyes.
And is that what compelled you to
Yes.
do a little bit more?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because it's like one of my grandkids, one of my kids, just looked scared, and I just had to help. I could not do nothing. I could not do nothing. I could not, my daughter wanted me to. I could not. The best thing I could do was just get my family out the way. And I didn't mind if I got hurt, but I needed my family out the way, and I had to go down there and help them.
And that's what you did?
And that's what I did.
And later you had an opportunity to speak to law enforcement about what you did?
Yes.
You did that. And let's just be clear, you're not any relation to anybody in this case, correct?
No.
You were with your family.
Yes.
And you watched all of these things unfold.
Yes.
Court's indulgence. So just to be clear, as you, your daughter, and grandkids were in that parking lot, you watched Cyrus run by, what, if anything, was in his hands?
I saw the backpack on his back, but I didn't see anything in his hand.
And as he ran down Spring Street, what was in his hands?
I didn't see anything in his hand.
And as he fell multiple times, what was in his hands?
I didn't see anything in his hand.
And from your vantage point, you feel certain you would have seen if something was in his hands?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have.
Call termination.
Good afternoon.
I know this is a startling event, but I need to ask you some questions. all right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you testified that you were with your daughter, you went to this store to purchase something, a drink or something, is that correct?
We was going there to purchase that, but we never made it inside.
And we've seen a video of your automobile, a BMW SUV, I think you said, turn off of Parklane onto Spring Tree and then you say you immediately pulled into the parking lot of the station.
Yes.
And maybe when we get this going. Technology. In a moment, when we get this figured out, I'll ask you some questions about this. But now, your SUV, you were riding with, where was your daughter? And your daughter's name is Kennedy?
Kennedy,
All right, and how old is she?
30, she's old, she's 30.
Don't say that's old.
She's not a baby.
She's a young lady, but she was seated in the passenger seat of your automobile. Is that right?
No, Kennedy was behind me. My granddaughter was on the passenger side.
All right, so which side of the automobile was she sitting?
She's directly behind me.
And are your, the windows in your vehicle are tinted?
Yes, they are.
And so, let me ask you to step down again. Let me get this for you. And our solicitor has hidden the pointer. Oops, there it is. So, as you did before, would you reach up there and show the jury where your vehicle was?
Yes, I pulled off Springtree onto here.
Okay. So up beyond that bush perhaps?
Right there.
All right. And so your view would have been down the road. And so as you testified, you watched through your window. Windows were rolled up in your vehicle, I think?
Yes, they're legally intended though, they're not.
Okay. And the three people you saw run past you, would you kind of give the jury an indication with your pointer there where they ran by you, past you?
When I was pulling off, Cyrus was just stepping off all the steps as he started running. So Cyrus were here and the other two gentlemen was just passing my vehicle here.
Okay.
The shoe flew off, the lady came and picked it up.
All right.
I saw them go down because I had backed up.
And let me ask you to stop you there. You saw the shoe come off somewhere around that red car? Or
I don't recall. I don't recall.
do you recall?
I recall the shoe flying off. I saw that. I saw the lady come and pick it up.
All right. But that was sometime later that she came and picked it up? Or
Yes, they was already off. Yeah.
All right. And did you see the gentleman you're calling Cyrus, did you see him throw two cell phones away?
No,
Didn't see that. Did you see him throw anything else away?
no, I did not. I didn't see anything in his hand.
Okay. Now, if you'll point up on that, you might have to take a step up to get there. Point about where you believe that Mr. Belton, that's the person you're calling Cyrus, where his injury would have been. Where was it that you saw him being shot?
Ran across the street. This is the important trip that somewhere in there, somewhere in here. I can't see it right. But he tripped and then he went down and then shot. I shot and he went down.
So your recollection is that it wasn't all the way there, much closer?
I cannot,
And I understand.
yes, because
All right.
he ran across the street.
All right, if you'll have a seat, man.
Yes.
Are you aware that the sheriff's department indicates that the distance from the store to where Mr. Belton tripped and fell was 130 yards? Are You aware of that?
No, but when I was down there, when I looked back up at the store, I myself just saw like the tip of the store. I couldn't see the whole store itself. So the distance, I don't know, but I know when I looked up there at the store myself, I just saw like the tip of the store. So it was kind of, I couldn't see, you could see the lot and the store. You can like see.
But your view through your rolled up window was 130 yards.
I don't know the distance. I'm not,
Let's go back to when the three individuals ran past you. You didn't know who these people were.
No.
You did not know what was happening.
No.
You told the jury you didn't see anything in the first person's hands, the person we know to be, you were calling Cyrus.
No, I didn't see anything in his
So
hand.
nothing in his hands, didn't see him throw anything away, you just saw him step out of the chute.
I saw him running, and when his leg went back, his shoe flew off. So I didn't see him throw anything. I didn't see a cell phone.
And was he carrying the backpack, or did he have it loose in his arms in a backpack traditional position?
I don't think I can't recall if it was looped in his arm. I didn't see that running like that. I thought it was on his back, and I was sure because
You certainly didn't know that he had a 9mm pistol
no, I did
hidden in
not.
his clothing
I did not.
in the front of his. Remember what he was wearing?
Yes, it was a bright red sweatshirt. He had on some darker jeans and some white tennis shoes was white, and sweatshirt.
Do you remember that it had a big pocket on the front?
I can't recall seeing the pocket. If
Now,
you did, I
the
wanna know.
second and the third people who were pursuing him or following him. Let's not confuse you or the jury. The first person you were calling Cyrus.
Yes,
The second person, do you now understand what his name was? Andy?
the son.
Yes.
Okay,
That second person you saw?
I saw, I guess Andy and Mr. Chow.
Well, you saw Andy running after Cyrus.
Both
Yes.
of them. Yeah.
And Andy had nothing in his hands,
I can't recall what they had in their hand.
so you didn't notice whether he had anything.
I didn't notice if he had anything in his hand.
And the third person was the father, Mr. Chow, the gentleman seated over here.
Yes.
You recognize him today?
Yes. I recognize him from
And
the
he
store.
also didn't have anything in his hands, did he?
I didn't see anything in his hand.
And he was following his son. He was behind his son, wasn't he? As the videos have indicated.
Yes. It seemed like, well, in my view, it just seemed like they was running, so whether side by side or behind. but they
And
was
so
running after
you
him.
testified
Did
that,
you finish?
I'm sorry, I apologize for interrupting. Please finish. Do you remember what you were saying when I interrupted you?
Repeat the question and I can answer again.
Well, you saw, I think I asked, you saw nothing in Mr. Chow's hands. And
That's
he was,
correct. I didn't see anything in his hand.
and he was following his son. He was behind his son. As, and I said before you answered, as indicated on videos that took place.
Yes. What I saw, I just saw them running. I don't know who was in front, behind, I don't know. They was together running. That's what I saw.
And so then you saw the three of them proceed down the street 130 yards, or whatever the distance was. And you
Yes.
say that then you saw the person you're calling Cyrus fall.
He tripped over the curb
All right,
and went down and proceeded to get back up, and then he went down. He didn't get all the way up.
And you weren't able at that distance to see what he tripped on, were you?
He tripped over the curb. I saw that.
And when he began to get up, were you able at 130 yards to see that he had a gun in his hand?
No,
You couldn't see whether he had anything in his hand or not.
no.
You remember that, you remember seeing Andy Chow when this
Yes.
young man fell? Do you remember seeing him backing up into the middle of the street?
No, when I saw him, he was just standing still. I didn't see him back up.
In the middle of the street?
He was just standing still near the curb.
Okay. And you had no idea at that point that Cyrus had a 9mm pistol in
No.
his hand? When you saw him fall, you saw everyone stop. All three of them stopped.
Saw him. I don't know what they was doing. I saw my eyes was focused on him because of the red sweatshirt. I can't recall if they was backing up, whatever, but I saw him trip over the curb, get back up, and then trip again, and he went down, and that's when I went down.
When he fell, neither of the Chows jumped on him, did they?
I didn't see it. I didn't see him them jump on him. No.
Okay. They didn't touch him. They didn't jump on him. They
I don't
didn't
know.
attack him.
There was a time period where I had turned my vehicle around and I had to look left to make sure no car was coming. So whatever happened in that short period of time for me to look left and turn it back and go, I don't know what happened.
Well, that's not the time period I'm asking. I'm asking you about what you've testified about. That when you saw him fall, neither of the Chows jumped on that young man when he fell.
No, I didn't see them jumping on him. No.
And the second time you say he tripped or fell, you don't know whether maybe that's when he was shot. You don't know.
I don't know.
In fact, you never heard a gunshot, did you?
I did not.
And when he fell the second time, or went down the second time, you did not see either Chow advance on him, attack him, did you?
I did not.
Now, the solicitor asked you about speaking to the sheriff's department. You went to the Richland County Sheriff's Department at their request
Yes.
and gave an interview.
Yes.
In that interview, you mentioned, and it is correct, that you and your daughter participated in the 911 call.
Yes.
The 911 call was made after the second time Cyrus fell down.
Yes.
And in that Sheriff's Department interview, you indicated, as you said today, you were right there. Let's see. You were right there in that spot, though you, in the 911 call, you were not able to exactly explain where you were. You knew you were at the intersection or the corner of this gas station.
I could not, because I was just so frantic at that moment. I could not recall the street I was on, and I was nervous, and I handed the phone to my daughter to finish the conversation.
And so you never saw a gun in anybody's hands.
No.
And when you mentioned you turned your car around, you drove down, and you drove past where, well, you stopped where this, where the young man was, and Mr. Chow and his son,
Yes.
and you rolled the window down, I think you said.
Yes.
And Mr. Chow, this gentleman, the first thing he said to you was, call 911.
After I asked him, was everything okay? He said, no, call 911.
And again, you didn't know there was a gunshot.
No.
You and your daughter went up to what, one of the parking lots,
Yes.
turned in and pulled over and parked,
Yes.
and you walked back down.
I ran down.
Ran and your daughter's with.
My daughter after me.
Okay. And when you got down there, you saw Mr. Chow, this gentleman, Mr. Chow, you saw him giving this young man, you saw him down on his knees, giving this young man mouth to mouth.
No, sir.
What, don't you recall telling the sheriff's deputy when you were interviewed on, let's see, July 25th, roughly a month after this, that you watched Rick doing mouth to mouth and saw the brown stuff came out. And then you watched him try to do mouth to mouth again.
No, sir. When I went down there, he was on his knee.
Mr. Chow.
Mr. Chow was on his knee. By then, another young lady came down, and she was on my left-hand side. She went down on her knee. I asked him about the blood on his hand because someone was injured. I need to know who was injured. I asked him, was he okay? Are you hurt? Who's hurt? And he said, him. I looked over at Cyrus, down at Cyrus. I didn't see no blood nowhere. So I'm trying to figure out where does blood come from? Who's hurt? And that's when they both rolled him over. I saw the hole in his back and just a little blood around it. They rolled him back over. I got the leaves out of his mouth and I told him they need to do because I could not do CPR. I asked them to do it. The young lady started doing the chest compression. He started doing mouth to mouth.
Okay, so he Mr. Chow did indeed give attempted life-saving measures, including mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, right there on his knees in front of you, trying to save this young boy's life. Even to the extent,
Yes.
even to the extent of that young man aspirating or vomiting. Mr. Chow cleared his mouth and then proceeded to go back to a
There's no
mouth to
testimony
mouth.
better than aspirating and vomiting.
Sorry?
Your Honor, I believe that testimony is in the record. The commentary.
It was not pretty. And you yourself did not, do you know how to give mouth to mouth?
I did not know. That bothers me today, that I could not help him. And the only thing I could do was just clear his mouth with the leaves. And I couldn't do anything else but to stay there with him because he didn't have nobody there with him.
But Mr. Chow did apparently give mouth-to-mouth resuscitative efforts to save his life, right there in front. That's all we have, John. Thank you.
Anything on the record?
Yes, sir. You need a moment?
That's fine.
I'm sorry, we gotta rehash this without you doing it. So, Mr. McCullough just mentioned that this, the defendant, Mr. Chow, was giving life. He was trying to save this young man's life, is what he said, right? And that's after he shot him in the back, right?
Well, Ron, I object to that because this is redirect. She's already said she didn't see a gun, didn't see a shot fired.
Go ahead and ask the question and see where.
Okay. So, Mr. McCullough asked, or he said you went through this long litany about what happened right here, and said the defendant, Mr. Chow, Rick Chow, was giving him mouth to mouth, trying to save this child's life, and that was that.
Yes, I'm sorry.
And that was after Rick Chow had shot him in the back.
Yes.
And who did you see standing in a shooting position out of anybody of the three people who ran in front of your car?
I saw Mr. Chow.
The defendant, Rick Chow?
Yes, sir.
The man sitting right there?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you said that you clearly saw Cyrus didn't have anything in his hand,
I
right?
did not see anything in his hand.
You never saw him pointing, turning towards them.
I did not.
He was running the entire time.
Yes, sir.
And when he ran by you, he looked scared.
He did.
And who was running behind him?
Mr. Chow and his son, I believe.
And did you ever see Cyrus turn around and confront them?
No.
Kept running away from them,
Yes.
and they continued pursuing him the entire time. Now, also in questioning, Mr. McCullough said you didn't see a gun because he had it hidden in the front pocket.
I didn't see no gun.
Okay. Was that because it was hidden in the front pocket?
I didn't see no gun.
And have you seen somebody shot, killed, or dying in front of you like that before?
No.
And you were a little bit frantic, was the word you used?
Yes.
A little bit upset.
Yes.
Did you do the best that you could to tell the police what you saw?
I did.
And at the end of the day, you didn't see a gun in Cyrus's hands. Would that be a yes or no?
I didn't see a gun.
Okay, did not see a gun.
I did not see a gun.
Thank you. That's all I'm saying.
Henry Cross?
Nope, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Carson.
You just got that, Mr. Carson. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carter.
All right, so we got,
I do your, now, Roach.
yeah, okay, y'all. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna take a short break. I know y'all had a break when we were discussing the matter. Well, none of us have had one yet. So we're gonna take our afternoon break for, let's just say 10 minutes. We'll be back out, about around between 4:20 and 4:25. We'll be here. Again, don't forget. Next step, so make sure it's on.
Any other questions?
Get right up on the line. Does it work on better?
Yeah. But if they stop clicking, like you hear that?
I just don't think that's speakers. I'm not hearing it. I mean, I hear it there.
Jury's present, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. All right, so Mr. Carmack, please.
State calls Kennedy Carson.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony in this case from the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? Yes. Thank you. So, see the witness stand, state your full name for the record, and please spell your first name.
First name Kennedy, K-I-N-N-E-D-Y.
Please go, Your Honor. So, again, your name is Kennedy Carson.
Correct.
And so just to kind of move a little bit, well, I'll give you a couple quick kind of procedural pieces, then I'll try to speed the process along a little bit. So you got a court reporter sitting next to you, so just need you to speak loudly enough. And if you would, I know it's normal to nod your head or say mm-hmm or mm-mm, but if you'll say yes or no, just so that we can take it down properly and that everybody on the jury can understand what you're saying.
Sure.
Okay. All right. So your mother is Lori Carson, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And you're three siblings?
I have 3 siblings. I'm
Okay,
her
where
firstborn.
are you in the fold?
I'm her firstborn.
All right. So the more bossy.
Yes,
All right. Did you grow up around here?
yes, I did.
What high school?
Spring Valley.
All right. So you grew up on the north side, northeast side?
Yes, sir.
Were you slightly familiar with the northeast side of Columbia?
Very familiar.
All right. Are you any relation to anybody in this case?
No.
And in fact, you're under subpoena to be here today.
Yes.
Were you a witness to some matters that took place back in May of 2023?
Yes.
All right. In May of 2023, were you working?
Yes.
What were you doing at that point?
May of 2023, I was working for TD Bank still on lockbox services.
Okay. And your experiences at TD Bank, you just talk about some of the roles you've had there before.
I've been a teller, customer service representative, IT specialist. Now I'm a lockbox processor.
So you've been there for quite some time.
Yes.
And you dealt with the public, you dealt with multiple roles at TD Bank.
Yes.
All right. Now, back in 2023, May of 2023, where were you living?
Greenbrier Apartments.
All right. And is that in Columbia area, Richland County?
Yes, it is.
Can you give us a little bit better vantage point of where that is in Columbia?
Off of Spring Tree Road, Parklane Spring Tree, I believe.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's already been marked, say 15. Okay. I'm going to hand that over to you. Take a look at that if you would for a moment. See if you can familiarize yourself with that photograph. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Tell me what that looks to be.
This looks like Spring Tree Road, and the beginning of the photo is Park Lane.
And is that the vicinity that you lived?
Yes.
All right. Can we publish that on the big screen, please? There we go. All right, so you said, and if I could have the witness step down briefly, man?
Yes.
Careful, just step coming down, please. So come on down here if you would. And if you look up top, you can give me this pointer. Tell us about what we're talking about. If you can walk me through as I ask you a couple of these questions.
Okay.
All right, so you said, show us Spring Tree Road if you can from here.
This road here?
That's Spring Tree? And the one that runs perpendicular directly in front of that is what?
This is Park Lane.
All right. And you were living about where back in 2023?
Greenbrier is back that way.
Okay. So at the top of the screen is the Greenbrier apartment complex?
Yes.
And that's where you were living back in 2023?
Yes.
All right. You could have a seat, please. Thank you, ma'am. So if we concentrate specifically on May 28, 2023, can you give the jury an idea of what you were doing that day?
We had just came back from seeing The Little Mermaid.
So tell me who we is.
My mother, my daughter, and my niece.
Okay. So you had gone to see The Little Mermaid?
Yes.
And tell us what was happening with that.
As far as when we were coming back home.
Yes, when you were coming, what were your plans for the evening after seeing Little Mermaid?
Okay, my mom was dropping me off, but I didn't have anything to drink at the house, so I was going to stop by the corner store right there, that Shell station, to grab something to drink.
Okay. Now you said the corner store, excuse me, the Shell station. Again, I'm showing council say 28, and I'm sorry, say 18 and 16, which are already in evidence. So you talked about the corner store. Let me show you state 16 and 18 and tell me if you're familiar with those.
Yes.
And tell me what you're seeing in those photos. And you can actually look it up. The screen, they may be up in a moment. Now, I'll publish it.
This is the Shell gas station.
Okay. And so that first, man, so that first video that we showed was an aerial view, meaning a kind of a bird's eye view of it. This is closer in. This is the Shell station that you were going to that particular day that states 16?
Yes.
All right. And did you go to that Shell station often?
Yes.
All right. Now, about how many times, if you could just kind of count in your head roughly how many times you've been inside that Shell station?
I can't count on my hands. It's been too many. I lived in that area for over 3 years. So that was the gas station I frequent.
Okay.
So.
And so having been in there before, you'd kind of had a chance to walk and look around the store. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. And was there anything about the decorations in that store or the pictures in that store that would bring your attention to things?
What's alarming is when you walk in the store, you see all the photos on the wall.
Okay, so let me show you what's been marked the state's exhibit number 52. Okay. Take a look at this and tell me if you recognize if you're familiar with that view.
Yes.
Tell me what you're seeing generally.
The clerk stand and the photos.
Okay, and you see several photos, correct?
Yes.
All right, may I have that back? And the stage 52 that is up on that board, the photos that you're talking about above the clerk said, is that a fair and accurate representation of what you would see on a daily basis or however often you shopped in that convenience store?
Yes.
Right. Did you have a chance to have conversations with the clerks and people who were in that store?
Yes.
Do you see any of them sitting in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Who do you see sitting in the courtroom if you know a name?
Mr. Chow.
And where is he seated?
He's seated over there.
And again, as the record reflected, the defense, the witness is pointing out, Mr. Chow. Yes. Okay, the defendant in this case. All right, so if we focus on the 28th, you were heading home that evening, is what you said. What kind of vehicle were you guys riding?
BMW X5.
Okay, BMW X5?
Yes.
And that was your mom's car?
Yes, it was.
And you said your daughter was in the car, you were in the car?
Yes.
Where was everybody positioned inside of that car?
My mother was driving. My niece was in the passenger seat up front. Me and my daughter were in the back seat.
Okay. And you were, and so again, you said you're in the back seat. I'd like to, and what, if anything, occurred as you were coming home and turning on the Spring Street to go to that store?
We pulled into the gas station. As we were pulling in, Cyrus was running out, and behind Cyrus was his son and Mr. Chow.
Okay. So I'd like to show slide number 20 of state's exhibit number 4. So tell us if you recognize a vehicle that you would have been traveling in on May 28, 2023.
It's passing right there.
Okay. And when you say right there, do you need to step down or can I, is that the one that's, there's a?
I can describe it. There's a red sign in front of the car, and then we are right behind that red sign there.
Okay. And so as you pulled into that gas, did you take a ride into the gas station?
Yes.
All right. And what did you observe when you took a ride into the gas station?
Cyrus was running out. His shoe had fell off, and he was holding his pants up with one hand and pumping his arms with the other.
All right. And when you said he was running out, you said there were people behind him. Do you recognize in this courtroom anybody was behind him?
Yes.
Tell us who you recognized.
Mr. Chow.
The defendant, Mr. Chow? Rick
Yes.
Chow? All right. Now, I'd like to show, and tell us what was Cyrus, what was his demeanor as he was running away?
His eyes were big. He was running pretty fast.
Okay. Was it a casual stroll like you walking through the park?
No.
Describe or show the jury, if you could, with your hands, what you were observing as Miss Cyrus came out of that store.
Cyrus was holding his pants up like this, pumping his arms like this.
You said you saw a shoe.
Yes.
Tell me about that. Explain that a little bit more.
Before he hit Spring Tree Road, his shoe had fell off.
I'd like to show slide 21 of State's Exhibit number 4. So based on slide 21 of State's Exhibit number 4, did you see a shoe?
Yes.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of what you viewed as you and your family were in that car pulling into the gas station?
Yes.
Can you describe about, although it doesn't seem to be in the video, where you all would have been positioned, where your car would have been so you could see those things?
Goodness. This car is kind of in the way, but we were at the corner at the end of this parking lot area. Makes sense.
And what was Rick Chow doing at that point, the defendant Rick Chow?
He was running behind his son.
And the son, meaning Andy Chow?
Yes.
Let me show State's slide 27, I apologize, from State's Exhibit number 4. Can you describe, well, first of all, does that vehicle look familiar to you?
Yes.
Whose vehicle is that?
That's my mother's.
All right. And you were inside of that vehicle?
Yes, I am.
Tell us what you saw.
So Cyrus was running out, his shoe came off. He was pumping his arms and holding his pants with the other arm. He crossed the street. He tripped over the curb. At that time, he got back up. I see Mr. Chow step out. He had his arms up. And then we see Cyrus fall again to the ground. He kind of like crawled basically to the place where he passed.
And I'm going to go back through that with you slowly. I want to show you something real quick before we go to this next portion. I'm going to show you States Exhibits and pre-markings. 32. Not never shit, you know. Okay. Take a look at that if you would, please. Does that look familiar to you?
Yes.
Tell me what it looks to be a still shot of.
It looks to see, there's a still shot of Andy in front of his father and me and my family in the car. And Andy and his father are running.
Is it fair to say it's a still shot of the video we just watched?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to enter State 72 in evidence.
Objection?
No objection.
All right, the State 72 without objection.
May we publish that, please?
Yes.
So as Andy and Rick are running after Cyrus, you said you saw the shoe come off.
Yes.
You said that you saw a little bit farther down the road Cyrus trip or fall multiple times.
Yes.
Okay, now let's talk a little bit more. You said that you saw him standing. Go back through that. I do not want to put words in your mouth.
I'm sure. So we pull in. We stop right where you see us. They run across. Cyrus trips over the curb. He gets back up. We see Mr. Chow go and step out, put his arms up. And Cyrus trips again and he kind of gets back up, but he's like a crawl to where he passed away.
What, if anything, did you see in Cyrus Carmack-Belton's hands when he ran past you?
Nothing. So when he was in the parking lot, well, running out the parking lot, he had his like book bag right here. When he tripped the first time, he didn't have his book bag anymore. When he was in the parking lot running, he was pumping his arms. It was visible and he was running.
And from your vantage point, could you see if there was anything in his hands?
There wasn't anything in his hands.
I'm going to show you what's been marked with states exhibit number 20. Can I hand that to you?
Yes, sir.
Does that vantage point look familiar to you?
Yes,
Is that where you observed all of the goings on Spring Tree Road?
yes,
On May 28, 2023?
yes,
Is that where you just testified you saw Rick Chow, the defendant in this case, and his son Andy chasing after Cyrus?
yes,
Is that where you saw that shoe fly off?
yes,
Is that where you saw Cyrus fall and the backpack fell?
yes,
Is that where you saw after he tripped, he being Cyrus tripped over that curb, Rick do some kind of motion with his hands?
yes.
John, I'm gonna object to the leading. Come on, thank you.
What did you see him do with his hands at that point in time? Him meaning the defendant, Rick Chow.
Okay. So after Cyrus tripped, he had his hands like this, if I can.
You move this down. Can the witness step down there? Come on down, please. Come on, step in front of you. Thank you. All right, please continue.
Okay, if the jury is my vantage point this way,
Okay. And, excuse me, so, defendant Chow is right here, so where was Cyrus positioned?
Cyrus was in front of him
Okay.
with a turn. We all facing the
Okay.
same
Will
way.
you turn me in the direction of where Cyrus would have been facing Rick?
Yeah, maybe a little lower because he had tripped and he was coming back up. Yeah,
More like that,
yes, sir.
or tell me,
Well,
tell me.
you can lead with words and you can lead with actions, and I object to either way being done by the solicitor.
Your Honor, she said lower, and I got lower.
Overruled.
So if I'm getting lower, more like this or more like this?
More like that.
All right. And so and is that when you tell us what you saw when you saw him lower in the position that I was just in?
He tripped and was coming back up.
All right, so I'm positioning myself again, somewhere in here.
Yes, he was on his way back up. Mr. Chow was already like this.
Did you see Cyrus Carmack-Belton turn around at any point?
No,
Did you see him point anything at Rick Chow or Andy Chow at any point?
no,
Did you hear anything?
there was a lot going on. My mom was in the car
You
and
can have a seat, I'm sorry.
my mom was in the car and a little hysterical. She said, "Is that a gunshot?" And I didn't really want to be involved with this. And I was like, "No, that wasn't a shot. That wasn't a shot." We had the windows rolled up, and so it was muffled. But yeah,
But even with the windows being rolled up and it being muffled, did that interrupt what you saw with your eyes?
no,
From the vantage point that you saw it?
no.
Now, your mother eventually, excuse me, drove down to the incident location?
Yes,
All right, and came back. Was there a conversation of some sort that took place between she and anybody
yes,
while you guys were still in the car?
yes.
Okay, who did she speak with?
Mr. Chow.
All right, and did she come back to the scene for a brief moment?
Yeah, she circled around. So after the incident took place, she drove down some and she asked Mr. Chow, "Did anybody need help? Is anybody hurt?"
So don't tell me what he said, but after that conversation, the driving took place?
Yes, and she turned back around. We turned around and parked.
May I show slide number 30 of defense exhibit number 4. do you see there?
That's my mom whipping the car around.
Who do you see walking past that car?
I guess that's Miss Chow. I'm not too familiar with her.
And is that the point you went back down to the scene?
Yes.
All right. And what happened when you went back down to the scene? I think you said, I don't want to put words in your mouth, did you say you parked?
Yes, we parked.
Okay, all right. And after you parked, what happened? Let's start generally about what happened now. Be careful, don't tell me what other people said, but just tell me what you did.
We parked. My mom hopped out. I hopped out the car, and we went down to the scene.
Okay. What did you observe with your eyes?
Mr. Chow was sitting over Cyrus. Yeah, he wasn't doing anything. He was just sitting there.
And did you interact with, what was the scene like? What was the scene like when you were out there?
My mom made it down there before me, and when I was walking down, there was another young lady. We kind of just walked down at the same time.
What was Cyrus doing?
Cyrus was laying there.
What was defendant Rick Chow doing?
He was just sitting there, just looking at him.
What, if anything, was the son doing, Andy Chow?
He was standing off. He didn't move after the incident happened. He was still.
Did you observe anything around the scene?
There was a gun by a tree over there. Cyrus didn't have his book bag. And there's Mr. Chow and Cyrus over there. Yeah.
And do you know who that gun belonged to?
No.
Did you see a gun in Cyrus's hand at any point in time?
No.
Court's indulgence.
Yes, sir.
Now, a couple more questions. Could you tell any type of, just the sizes of the people who were involved in this entire incident that we're talking about?
Sure.
Okay, tell us what you could observe.
Andy is much taller than his father. Cyrus is much shorter than Andy. Yeah.
Now, you've, and I don't want to make this personal, so I'll try to ask this as gingerly as I can. How old did Cyrus look?
I thought Cyrus was like 16. Yep. I thought he was 16.
He looked like a grown man?
No, he looked like a child.
So all the questions I have at this time, here.
Thank you. We have slide 27. What do we have on screen? It's I think it's sort of still, but it's the child's going across the car. 7. Carson, let me show you what's the state put up as 72. So that's your, the automobile that you were in.
Yes,
Where were you in that automobile?
I'm in the back seat. It would be on the passenger side.
Passenger side.
Yes,
So that would be to the left side.
well, the right side is the passenger side.
Okay. So, all right. So are you on the left side?
I'm
or
on
right
the,
side?
I'm in the back seat on the right side.
And in this photograph, State's Exhibit 72, is that pretty much the way the thing looked that evening?
Yes,
And it was that dark? It was 8 o'clock at night,
it was bright outside.
bright outside. Okay. And you know the distance, well, your automobile stopped in the parking lot, yes?
Yes, well, right, turning into the entrance.
Okay, there was a bush there on the side, and you pulled up to that bush,
Yes,
and you saw these three people run past.
yes,
And nobody had a gun,
no,
you heard no yelling, no cursing,
no,
you just saw three people run past.
yes,
Now, you said that you saw the first person who you described as called Cyrus. You described that he appeared to be pulling up his pants.
holding his pants.
Could he have been holding a pistol in his waistband?
No,
How do you know?
you seen the pants in his hand.
Well, didn't he have a long hoodie on, red hoodie?
He had a hoodie on, you still holding your pants. You can still see him holding his pants.
Did you know he had a pistol?
No,
You didn't know anybody else had a pistol?
no,
And the windows in your vehicle were rolled up.
I'm sorry.
The windows in the vehicle that you were in were rolled up.
Yes, there were.
And you saw Cyrus's shoe come off.
Yes,
Did you see him throw things left and right as
No.
he ran across the parking lot?
no,
Didn't see him throw cell phones.
no.
Did you see him throw the backpack down the road?
He didn't throw the backpack. He tripped and fell. When he got back up, the backpack wasn't on him anymore.
Had it been on his shoulders?
It was on the shoulder.
And now, the distance from where your vehicle was, and your vehicle stayed in the same stationary position, same spot, until after he fell down. Is that correct?
Yes,
And fell down and didn't get up.
correct.
And would it surprise you to know that that's 130 yards?
Okay.
Well, I mean, you wouldn't quarrel with that number, would you?
I wouldn't know the distance, and I seen it.
So it's longer than a football field. So if you're standing at one end of a football field, it's even further than that.
I can see down a football field.
But as you described and exhibited here, these people that were 130 yards away, Mr. Chow had his back to you, as did, you couldn't see Mr. Belton, you couldn't see what he had in his hands, could you?
I seen what Cyrus had in his hands when he ran across
Right,
our
you didn't have
car.
anything in his hands, that's not my question.
When he got back up from tripping, his hands were, he was like crawling when he crawled. So his hands were on the ground.
All right, but when he started to get up, and you said, I think in your, you and your mother made a 911 call, didn't you?
Yes,
You remember telling the dispatcher he might have got shot, I'm not sure.
yeah, it was a lot going on. I was processing my emotions.
You remember telling the dispatcher that you believed he might have stolen something.
That's what was being said.
You told the dispatcher, I don't know who shot him.
I did say I don't know who shot him.
You, so you also testified a few moments ago that, let's see, that you saw him trip multiple times
Correct. He tripped twice.
And crawled to where he passed.
Correct.
You did not include that detail in your 911 call.
I didn't.
Do you remember talking to officers, Officer Carter, I believe? Or Deputy, I believe it's English or Carter. Do you remember speaking to officers at the scene?
Yes.
You didn't include that detail. You never told either one of them that you saw this gun, that you saw him shot and crawled to where he died. You didn't include that in your explanation to them of what you've just seen. And this was something that was moments before.
Yes, I did.
Well, you think you did?
I know I did.
Well, I'd be happy for you to find it in this transcript, but if you think you did, you think you did.
I think I did. Yeah, I
And
know I did.
when you went to the sheriff's department on July the 25th of 2023,
Mm-hmm.
did you tell that detail to that investigator as well?
I was asked far as vantage point. I wasn't asking what happened.
In fact, nobody asked you any questions about what happened.
No, they wanted to know vantage point of where I was.
They
And
wanted you to draw a diagram, didn't they?
yes,
Go ahead. Sorry.
Please let her finish.
They asked you to draw a diagram?
yes,
Did they question you about anything about what you saw?
no.
Did they question you about how far away you were?
They asked where I was and to draw the vantage point of what I see.
And you didn't volunteer anything like you testified to today?
No.
So before I sit down, let me get one more clarification here. When you saw these three people run past your vehicle, did you know that the third person in line, the person following the tall, younger man, was Mr. Chow?
Yes,
You knew him to be the store owner.
yes,
But in the 911 call, you recall saying, I don't know who shot him.
yes, I said that. I was processing. I didn't want to be involved. When my mom stopped the vehicle, I told her to keep going because I did not want to be involved. My mom called 911 and she handed me the phone.
Okay.
And my mom has been hysterical in the back. And I have to be calm and process what I see. I did not want to be involved. That's the reason why I said, I don't know. Because I didn't want to be involved.
But in the 911 call, on the scene, you didn't tell the police that you saw Mr. Chow shoot anybody.
I didn't want to be involved. I was made to be involved.
Thank you.
Anything on brief redirect? Yes, sir. There's a set of questions about the statement that you gave. Isn't it true that you gave a statement to the police, a written statement on the 28th
Yes,
of May 2023?
yes, they called me back. I went home and they called me back to make the statement.
What's another shot? Please make sure we get it right. 82. 82. Thank you. Thank you. Now you asked a series of questions. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 82 for ID purposes only. Take a look at that and tell us if you recognize that document. You recognize the document?
Yes.
Whose handwriting is that?
It's handwriting. I believe it was the officer that I was speaking with, but that's my signature at the bottom.
That's your signature at the bottom? So this is what you told the officer, what the officer wrote down in your signature.
Yes.
And in this statement, it says, you're making this statement free, I can't read today. I make this statement of my own free will in the court without reward or intimidation. All of the above is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Do you see that written on that document?
Yes.
Okay. So at 21:23, military time, so I do my math, I can't do math. 9:23?
Yes.
On 5/28/23, you gave a statement to them?
Yes.
All right, and the question, did you see a kid with a gun? Answered no. When he was running, he was holding his pants up. Is that what that says? Is that what that says?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see any weapons on the ground? The answer is yes, a gun by the tree. Did you see how the gun got there? Answer is no. You remember saying those things?
Yes.
Did you hear the owner say anything about the kid? Answer, you said no. Did you hear anyone say anything about being shot? Answer is no. Do you remember saying those things?
Yes.
And you remember in this, you're saying that you heard a pop?
Yes.
You saw the kid fall down?
Yes.
You called 911?
Yes.
You parked the car and you walked and the owner was shaking him, trying to wake him up?
Yes.
You remember saying that?
Yes.
You said that you saw people run out of the store?
Yes.
The kid, the store owner?
Yes.
The owner and his wife?
His wife came after Mr. Chow.
That you followed on Spring Tree? And the son in the corner, and the son and the owner had the kid boxed in?
Yes.
The kid fell down and they were on arm's reach of him, and that's when I heard the pop. You said that?
Yes, I did.
And you said that on May 28th, 2023, correct?
Yes.
At 9:23 in the evening, correct?
Yes.
And that was about an hour and some change after this incident took place, right?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to show slide 21, please, of State's Exhibit number 4. And while we're doing that, there was this question about 130 yards. Did you measure?
I didn't measure.
Do you know if the 130 yards is from the front door of the store or from the tip of the property when it goes off of their property onto the public road with Spring Tree?
I don't know where they were.
But did you have a clear vantage point?
I seen it all.
All right, so if we play that, please. My wear glasses is hard to see. Is it light or dark outside?
It's light.
And that's a fair and accurate representation of what the weather conditions were like at 8. 11:02 or so on May 28th, 2023?
Yes,
Was not dark.
it was not dark. It was dark at 9:22.
Now, you said in your direct, you saw Chow pointing at Cyrus.
Yes,
Cyrus was on his knees, excuse me, getting up on the ground.
yes,
And not too long after that, you realized that he'd been shot
yes,
and he passed away out there.
yes, he did.
Do you know who shot?
Mr. Chow shot him.
That's all my questions.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I noticed in this statement that you gave, you say, I pulled into the store with my mom and I saw 4 people run out of the store. 4
Yes,
people. The kid, the son of the store owner, the owner, and his wife.
yes. She picks the shoe up.
But you say here that you saw 4 people run out of the store.
Yeah, so Cyrus, then his son, and Mr. Chow. And a few seconds after that was his wife.
You didn't say that. You didn't know that these videos existed when you gave this statement.
Yes, I did. There's cameras all around that store.
I'm sorry?
There's cameras all around that store.
Oh, so you knew that there was going to be a video that would accurately reflect what really happened, not what you might
I didn't
say.
know this was going to take place at all.
And then you say in the statement, the kid fell down and they were all in arm's reach of him. And that's when I heard a pop. Right?
Yes.
You didn't say that you saw the pop.
Can you see a pop?
Well, you didn't say you saw a gun. You said the boy got up and tried to run and he fell back down. You never said you saw Mr. Chow shoot this young man. You never said you could see the young boy's hands and that he didn't have a gun because you couldn't see him.
That wasn't asked at that time. You see the question on that document. It wasn't asked.
Well, but you're there to make sure that you tell the story.
I was answering the questions I was asked.
I see. Well, nobody was in a hurry to finish, were they?
There was a lot going on. I was in a hurry to leave because I didn't want to be involved. My daughter was there. My niece was there. My mom was hysterical. There was a lot going on.
And there's nothing in here about this young man crawling to die.
I stated that he got back up when he passed away. After the second time he fell, that's when he crawled over to his passing point.
Well, ma'am, what you said is, if you need the statement, I can provide it to you. You want to read along with me?
I don't.
You don't?
I don't.
Well, I want to make sure that this is a fair opportunity to give about midway on that first page under A:, the sentence that begins with owner. You say in the next sentence, the kid fell down and they were all in arm's reach of him, and that's when I heard the pop. The boy got back up and tried to run and he fell back down.
Yes.
No crawling.
He tried to run.
No, Mr. Chow
And he
shot
fell
him.
back down. I wasn't asked that.
Okay.
They asked me what I seen.
And on the second page, you were asked, you say you saw a gun by the tree.
Yes.
And the tree you're referring to would have been within a couple of feet or a foot of where this young man died.
It wasn't a foot. It was closer to the road, but that's where the gun was found.
And you were asked, did you see how the gun got there? And your answer was?
No.
No. Thank you.
All right, all done? Yes, sir. That's all the questions.
All right, Ms. Carter, you can step down. Thanks for being here. Our son, sorry about that.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna recess for the day. We get started again tomorrow, hopefully, at 9:30. Again, don't discuss the case with anyone, don't do any research on your own or anything of that nature, and we'll see you back here tomorrow morning, ready to go. Have a good evening. Anything for the rest of the evening from the stage?
Nothing, this time.
Anything from the stage?
Nothing on behalf of Mr. Chairman.
All right, see y'all in the morning, ready to go at 9:30.
Check 1 2 testing 1 2 3 check 1 2.